Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen, amen. Namaste.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from Mr. Esmond Ford, MP, member for Tunapuna, and Dr. Lakram Bodo, MP, member for Faizabad, who have requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is granted. Honourable members, information recently received advises that former Member of Parliament, Mr. Budram Jatan, passed away on Friday, November 3rd, 2023. I now invite members to offer tributes. Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to offer tribute on behalf of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago to former Member of Parliament for the constituency of Naparima, Mr. Budram Jatan, who departed this life on November 3rd, 2023. Madam Speaker, a life of service is a life to be honoured, and Budram Jatan lived a life of service rooted in his community and in the labour movement, where he rose to be a prominent leader in the United Labour Front, whom he represented as an opposition member in the first Republican Parliament from September 24, 1976 to September 18, 1981. Madam Speaker, during his time as an elected representative, he continued to contribute to matters near and dear to his heart. And it should be noted that among the key parliamentary debates to which he contributed included the debate on the report of the Committee on the Rationalization of the Sugar Industry, Finance Committee Report 1979, and the motion for an inquiry into the Trinidad Tesoro Petroleum Company. Madam Speaker, we on this side recognize Budram Jatan for his service to the country and offer our deepest condolences to his family and loved ones at this difficult time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to bring condolences on behalf of the members on this side. Budram Jatan was born on the 25th January 1993 and died in New York, where he 1933, and he died in New York, where he resided, where he resided, and he died on November the 3rd, 2023. MP Budram Jatan served in the first Republican Parliament from September 24, 1976 to September 18, 1981, representing the constituency of Naparima as an opposition MP under the banner of the ULF. As such, he belonged to that illustrious and iconic group of MPs who represented the constituency. These included those like Lionel Sukaran, Nazim Muradali, Narayan Duki, Aloy Likwai, Dovton Sullivan, who served when the constituency was divided into Naparima North and Naparima South. MP Budram Jatan was the first to be elected to what we may call the unified Naparima constituency. He was followed by Emmanuel Hussein, Raymond Palakdari Singh, Subhash Pandey, Ralph Maraj, and Nazim Bash. As an MP, he contributed to many debates, as my colleague said, including those dealing with the rationalization of the sugar industry and a motion calling for an inquiry into Trinidad Tesoro Company. Madam Speaker, I attended the function at the New York Consulate on August 30th, 2013, where he, along with the likes of Mighty Sparrow, Calypso Rose, Mohan Jaikaran, and the former Olympian Edwin Roberts were honored for service to Trinidad and Tobago and the diaspora in the United States. MP Boodram was not averse to controversy, and as a cane farmer, he had a keen interest in promoting the welfare of the working class. He, as a member in the lower house, represented the interests of cane farmers. His senatorial colleague at the time, Dora Bridgemohan, was an actual cane cutter, and they both reminded all and sundry about the roots of this party and the need never to forget from whence it came. His working class background led him to align with the more progressive faction within the ULF, called the ICFTU, Island-Wide Cane Farmers Trade Union, led by the former Army officer Rafiq Shah, and on whose executive sat members from the explicitly Marxist United National Independence Party. The ULF, which won 10 seats in the 1976 elections and control of most local councils, had shortly after split into two factions, one led by Rafiq Shah and the other by the more pragmatic Bastio Pandey. MP Jatan was a front-seat witness to these political convulsions within his party, and these led to his departure from active politics in 1981 and his return to cane farming. When Caroni 1975 Limited was closed in 2003, his cane farming career came to an end, and he migrated to the United States, where he served spiritually to the diaspora as a pundit. He lived a full and satisfied life. He served his country well. He was an eminent and vocal MP for the constituents of Naparima. He continued his service to our diaspora. He was a founding member of the ULF and the UNC. In short, he fought the good fight, even to the very end. On behalf of the political leader of the United National Congress and those on this side, we say Sagati to our illustrious former member and colleague.
Honorable members, I too would like to pay tribute to Mr. Boodram Jatan, who was a member of this honorable house during the first Republican Parliament from 1976 to 1981. Mr. Jatan was the representative for Naparima as an opposition member of the United Labour Front, the ULF. Mr. Jatan was a living embodiment of the trade union movement. Prior to his active involvement in party politics, he held the office of Vice President of the local chapter of the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, ICFTU, which is an international organization with the primary objective of defending the rights of workers. It therefore almost naturally followed that he would have joined the Labourist political party, the United Labour Front, on its coming into existence in 1975, and he ran for and successfully captured the Naparima seat in the general elections of the following year in 1976. Honorable members, Mr. Jatan made contributions to key debates during his tenure, but he remained firmly focused on matters close to the trade union movement. In 1976, he spoke on the debate of the report of the Committee on the Rationalization of the Sugar Industry Bill, during which he advocated for agricultural expansion as a bulwark against food insecurity. Honorable members, in 2013, Mr. Jatan was honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award by the Consulate General in New York at its annual Independence Award ceremony for his service to the sugar workers, his constituents, and by extension, his country. I take this opportunity to express my sincerest condolences to the Jatan family and pray that they may be granted peace and comfort as they adapt their lives without his presence, and that they find consolation in his legacy of service to the defenseless. I now ask that we stand and observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable members, an appropriate letter will be sent to convey our condolences to the family of the late Mr. Budram Jata.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay paper number 1, the notification of Her Excellency the President in respect of the nomination of Mr. Kurt Simon for appointment to act in the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to lay the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper. 2. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2020. 3 to 4. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Racing Authority for the years ended July 31st, 2015 and 2016. 5. The administrative report of the Trinidad and Tobago International Financial Center Management Company Limited as at September 30th, 2022. 6. The annual report of First Citizens Group Financial Holdings Limited and its subsidiary for the year ended September 30th, 2023. 41, the 113th report of the Salaries Review Commission of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. 42, the 117th report of the Salaries Review Commission of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that papers 2 to 4 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Honorable members, the question is that papers 2 to 4 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favor say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. The administrative reports of the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation, TT Post, for the fiscal years 2014 to 2015, 2015 to 2016, 2016 to 2017, and 2017 to 2018.
Minister of Planning and Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to lay the following paper, the annual report of the Environmental Management Authority for the year 2022.
The Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers, the administrative report of the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago for the period October 1st, 2019 to September 30th, 2020, and the administrative report of the National Energy Skills Center for the fiscal year 2017-2018. Thank you.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lead the following papers, 17 to 21. The annual reports on the exercise of the functions and powers of the Ministry of Health for the periods October 2010 to September 2011, October 2011 to September 2012, October 2012 to September 2013, October 2013 to September 2014, and October 2014 to September 2015.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly once again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the names of the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, the Minister of Trade and Industry, the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, the Minister of Works and Transport, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, the Minister of Health, the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, the Minister of Planning and Development, the Minister of Sport and Community Development, and the Minister of Social Development and Family Services. They are as follows. Paper number 11, the Administrative Report of Queen's Hall for fiscal year 2021. Papers 13 and 14, the Administrative Reports of the Trinidad and Tobago Fair Trading Commission for the financial years ended September 30th, 2017 and 2018. Paper number 22, the Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries to the 14th Report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the Estate Management and Business Development Company Limited, EMBD, for the financial year 2015 and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations of the committee's 7th report from the 11th Parliament. Paper number 23, the Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries to the 10th report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, on an inquiry into the efficiency and effectiveness of the Pesticide and Toxic Chemicals Inspectorate. Papers 25, 24, 25, and 32. The ministerial responses of the 17th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of the management and operations of the Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited, CIRIC. These responses, Madam Speaker, are from the Ministries of Works and Transport and Rural Development and Local Government. Papers 26 and 37, the ministerial response to the 15th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on a follow-up inquiry on the maintenance of community swimming pools by the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. These responses are from the Ministries of Finance and Sport and Community Development. Paper number 27, the response of the Auditor General to the 11th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, CAT, for the financial years 2014 to 2018. Papers 28, 29, and 31. The response to the 13th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on a follow-up examination on the implementation of the recommendations in the 4th report of the Committee on the Audited Accounts, Balance Sheet, and other financial statements of the Community-Based Environmental Protection and Enhancement Program, CPEP, for the financial years 2009 to 2014. Madam Speaker, these responses are from the Ministries of Finance, Rural Development and Local Government, and from the Auditor General. Paper number 30, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Finance to the 12th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the National Infrastructure Development Company Limited, NIDCO, for the financial years ended September 30th, 2015 to 2017, and follow-up on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the committee's omnibus report, first session, 11th Parliament, and second report of the Joint Select Committee on State Enterprises on an inquiry into the operations of NIDCO, including its compulsory land acquisition in relation to major projects. Papers 33 to 36. The ministerial response to the 16th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of food security in Trinidad and Tobago in alignment with Sustainable Development Goal number 2, Zero Hunger. These responses are from the Ministries of Trade and Industry, Health, and the Office of the Prime Minister, and Planning and Development. Paper number 38, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development to the 11th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, Sport TT, for the financial years 2019 to 2020, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations in the committee's second report from the 11th Parliament, third session, 2022 to 2023, 12th Parliament. Papers 39 and 40, the ministerial response to the 18th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the provision of flood relief grants by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Madam Speaker, these responses are from the Ministries of Social Development and Family Services and Rural Development and Local Government. Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker.
Reports from committees, Prime Minister's questions, urgent questions.
The member for Point of Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of National Security, as it relates to the recent catastrophic oil spill in Tobago, will the Minister inform this House what is the present status of the sunken vessel and whether it has been capped off from leaking oil into our territorial waters?
National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the oil flow from the vessel has not as yet been capped off. But from the word go, when the authorities were notified with respect to it, they did get resources to the point of the vessel. Unfortunately, where the vessel is currently lodged is in a reef area, and the existing sea conditions have made it very difficult, intertwined with the low visibility. The divers who were sent to inspect the vessel to see where the leaking is taking place from, 2 sets of divers have gone down, including experts in this area, and have been unable to be able to provide any capping at this stage. The area has been boomed off. They are in the process of containing the continued oil spill. All of the experts are being brought to bear. We have had Heritage, we have had Woodside, BP, we have Petrobras, we have PDVSA, all offering their technical expertise. And I can assure the population that all is being done to assist in dealing with this catastrophe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To a follow-up question to the Minister. Minister, based on what you just said about the vessel still leaking oil or pollutants, could you state what is the plan based on what you would have been told by the experts in capping off this vessel to prevent further ecosystem destruction?
Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the experts and the technical persons, I was briefed just before coming here, they are putting in place the necessary plan to find a way to drain the contaminants from the vessel. Unfortunately, this has proved very difficult because as at this stage, we have not been able to get the schematics for the vessel. The divers have not been able to provide the necessary information as to how many compartments there may be in the vessel. The ROVs that were also sent down to survey the vessel were unable as well to provide any useful information at this stage. So we're currently looking at the employment of, for example, sonar detection and that type of technology to be able to come up with a better plan. But at this stage, what they're looking at is how to drain safely the contents of the vessel and to dispose of it safely. And in that aspect, they are getting all of the technical expertise that we can.
Member for Point of View.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another follow-up, Minister. Based on the content that is leaking presently, have the authorities been able to test and confirm what exactly are the contents that are leaking into the waters?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, at this stage, we're still waiting for 100% fingerprint identification from the IMA. But at this stage, what we are working on the basis of, because there have been a few labs that have provided their preliminary information, it is fuel bunkering type substance, a fuel bunkering type substance.
Member for Cooper South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, given the catastrophic oil spill in Tobago linked to the overturned oil tanker Gulfstream, will the Minister inform this House whether the government has been able to track the origin of the vessel?
Minister of Energy and Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the first point to be made is at this stage there has been absolutely no confirmation that we're dealing with an oil tanker. The second point is the use of this word Gulfstream and the speculation that is rife in the public is something that this government is not engaged in. Our information from the Maritime Division and the Ministry of Works and Transport and other experts are there over 350 vessels that are named Gulfstream. We have to deal with facts. We have engaged Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard and engaging with a number of intelligence agencies as well as various Coast Guards throughout the region. We are pursuing via diplomatic channels all of the leads that we've gotten so far as to where we believe this fuel may have been going. We've made the necessary requests of the authorities, for example, in Guyana, in Aruba, where we believe the fuel was picked up from. What I would like to tell the population at this stage is to ignore the rife speculation that is taking place, especially in the realm of social media. It is just meant to disrupt, it is meant to affect their psyche. The government is doing all that it can, and we have to work with facts, and until we get 100% verification, we are unable to say what vessel this is exactly and who the owners are. But I can assure the population that at this current minute, all investigations are being pursued, including dealing with the necessary international agencies where the vessel may have or may not be registered.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Given the aggressiveness of the government, could the Minister inform this House if the government has made contact in its attempt to trace the origin and the owners, contact and sought the assistance of the International Maritime Organization?
Minister.
The answer is yes, Madam Speaker. That would have been one of the first places that the Maritime Division in Trinidad and Tobago went.
Member for Cooper South.
Madam Speaker, in keeping with the 1992 Protocol of the International Convention on Civil Liability for Oil Pollution Damage, could the Minister inform this House what immediate steps are being pursued by the government on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago?
Madam Speaker, as I just took the time to explain unto the public, and I'll repeat it, the government is using all of the resources at its fingertips, all of them, to be able to track and to trace the origins of this vessel, who the current owner or owners may be. What I may say at this stage is the mere fact that no one has come forward to take responsibility for this vessel speaks 1,000 words, and it shows us that whoever is responsible is not, at least at this stage, prepared to take the liability that is associated with what has happened. But the government, using all of its international connections and diplomatic channels and means, is in the process of trying to trace this vessel and identify the owners and those who are responsible.
Questions for oral answer.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are 3 questions for oral response, and we will be answering all 3. There are no questions for written response.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the member for Faizabad, question number 30 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Superior East Secondary School is 48% complete. The last contractor on this project, Mutilal Ramhit & Sons Contracting Limited, was terminated on December 9, 2015. There has been no further progress on this project to date due to lack of funding. It is noteworthy that the costs of completing the school construction projects left incomplete by the previous government in 2015 was in excess of $3 billion, and funds have simply not been available to that extent for this purpose to date. However, the Ministry of Education is cognizant of the difficulties being experienced by the students, parents, and staff, and consideration will be given to resuming this project in fiscal 2025.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 31 on behalf of the member for Faizabad to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Dabri Avenue ECCE Center in Avocat is 78% complete. The last contractor, Price Master Hardware and Electrical Limited, was terminated on May 13, 2016. There has been no further progress on this project to date due to lack of funding. It is noteworthy to also mention that the cost of school construction projects that were left incomplete by the previous government is in excess of $3 billion, and funds have not been available to that extent for that purpose up to this time. However, the Ministry of Education is cognizant of the difficulties being experienced by staff, students, parents, and will give consideration to resuming this project in fiscal 2025.
The Whip.
Thank you. Again, question number 32 on behalf of the member for Faizabad to the Minister of Works and Transport.
The Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the link road from Mondesir Interchange to Pepper Village, which is a segment of the Solomon Holtroy Highway extension to Point Fortin, falls under the contractual obligation of Package 6C. Package 6C includes the construction of approximately 2.2 kilometers of a 4-lane highway that stretches from the La Brea interchange to the Southern Main Road, as well as from the Faizabad Road to Mondesir Interchange. This project, which began in June 2019, has reached 65.8% completion. Currently, the progress of this project is on pause while we await the finalization of an essential agreement with BPTT and NGC and the Phoenix Park Gas Processing Limited, which is necessary to allow the highway to cross the gas lines corridor at 2 points, including Faizabad. Once this agreement is concluded, construction activities will resume within a 6-month duration to completion. However, alternative routes for connectivity from Faizabad has been identified for use in the interim. And these interim routes do not affect the flow of traffic from San Fernando to Point Fortin, a journey which now takes approximately 20 minutes during peak period as a result of the purposeful and determined work of this government. I thank you.
Member for Oldham Chief.
Minister, could you give an update on a part of this highway in the vicinity, of course, of Faizabad and Mondesir Interchange, the part of the highway in the Mosquito Creek, commonly called the Mosquito Crack, that has been in a state of disrepair for some time and requires refurbishing and I think technical work as well. Can we get an update on when that work will begin and the possible cost of it?
Madam Speaker, the question was specific from the member for Faizabad, so I didn't work with that information. However, I want to just inform this House that the piece that he's speaking, as he called it, the mosquito crack, cracked several times under his administration, and they never corrected it. So we are in the process, the Ministry of Works and through NITCO is in the process of finding a permanent solution for the crack that they actually left. Thank you.
Minister, are you aware?
1 minute, please. I recognize the member for Old West. Sorry. Member for Old West. Means that you're not asking a question? No. Member for Old
Member for Puch West. Minister, could you also indicate whether this is the final design for this highway, given that this highway, flamboyantly opened, is really a four-piece highway put together? Is this the final design for the highway, that the highway will move from Debe to Lawrence?
So, member for Oropuch East, in accordance with the standing orders, I rule that question out of order. This is not a general discussion on the highway. Member for Oropuch East.
As a follow-up to the initial first supplemental that was approved, could you indicate the possible cost of repairing the area along the Mosquito Creek?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, again, that question of the Mosquito Creek was not part of the original question. However, if the member poses a specific question pertaining to that, I am very comfortable to give him whatever answer is required. Thank you.
Member for Oldbridge East.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Minister, along the highway, of course, in that area, Faizabad area, as requested by the member for Faizabad, could you indicate whether the safety devices, equipment, and so on along the route has been properly installed at this time?
So, member, the question is a bit nebulous for me. Are we talking the Link Road, Mondesi interchange to Pepper Village? Because I'll only allow it if it's that.
Talking about the Link Road and the build-up to the Link Road. So before you go to the Link Road, there's also an area there that was without safety devices and so on, whether they have been properly installed.
So I'll allow your question in respect to the Link Road.
Speaker, clearly the question is when the road will be completed. The road is not completed, the road is not open, so the safety devices are not necessarily in place at this time. The road is just 68% completed, so it's not open to the public. Madam Speaker, I know that the answer might be a little difficult because remember, the first segment of this highway was open without the road being finally paved. So it is not the normal thing for us to open a road if it is not complete.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hereby seek your leave to move the adjournment of the House today under Standing Order 17 to discuss a definite matter of urgent public importance, namely the national emergency due to the disastrous oil spill along the coastline of Tobago. The matter is definite because it pertains specifically to a catastrophic oil spill which occurred on the 7th of February 2024 due to the overturned 330-feet vessel identified as Gulfstream, approximately 18 kilometers east of Tobago. The matter is urgent as public reports nationally, regionally, and internationally are emerging each day of the increasing damage, the grave anxiety and vulnerability faced by Tobagonians, as well as the severe disruption to the daily lives.
You have a script different to that which was approved. I'm certain the clerk would have made available to you what has been approved. So, remember, I am certain the clerk would have made available to you the script that was approved. If not, I will have the clerk pass it to you now and you read what is approved.
Just on a point of clarification, all I have in my possession is the procedure to follow. So, Madam Speaker, do I have your permission to resume?
Yeah, but I'd ask you restart so that the record would properly reflect what has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby seek your leave to move the adjournment of the House today under Standing Order 17 to discuss a definite matter of urgent public importance, namely the national emergency due to the disastrous oil spill along the coastline of Tobago. The matter is definite because it pertains specifically to an oil spill which occurred on the 7th of February 2024 due to the overturned 330-feet vessel identified as Gulfstream, approximately 18 kilometers east of Tobago. The matter is urgent as public reports nationally, regionally, and internationally are emerging each day of the increasing damage, the grave anxiety and vulnerability faced by Tobagonians, as well as disruption to their daily lives. The matter is of public importance because it continues to pose major health and safety challenges to the public. Further, the matter is of public importance because this oil spill has already caused and continues to cause irreparable damage to the marine life, reefs, and natural habitat, and harm to the economy of Tobago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, I have considered the motion of the member for Couva South, and I'm satisfied that this matter qualifies to be raised as a definite matter of urgent public importance. This matter also requires the leave of the House. Is the House prepared to grant leave? Yes. Honourable members, leave having been granted, in accordance with Standing Order 17-4, the debate on this motion will stand over until 6 p.m.
Statements by ministers.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 126 and with your leave, there has been agreement to allow the Prime Minister to speak until the conclusion of his statement.
Having been so advised by the Leader of the House, Whip, okay, so that therefore I now call upon the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much to my colleagues for the facility. Madam Speaker, I am authorized by the Cabinet to make the following statement. I rise, Madam Speaker, as a matter of duty to bring formally to the attention of this distinguished House and the nation a brief update on a matter of great importance that has been prominent in the news since the 7th of February 2024. Namely, Madam Speaker, the oil spill that is currently affecting the waters and certain parts of the coastline of Tobago and the adjacent waters of the Caribbean Sea. The nature of the oil spill and the immediacy of the need for a coordinated approach in containing and, where possible, reversing the effects of the spill led me to declare it a national emergency on Sunday, 11th of February. as with all matters that threaten the welfare of our nation, and in particular, given the heightened urgency of matters relating to the preservation of our biodiversity and the intrinsic importance to the health, welfare, security, and economic well-being of our nation, the government and all other relevant agencies have taken this matter very seriously and have been engaged in a focused, coordinated, strategic, and rapid response in addressing, containing, and where possible, preventing contamination and other damage caused by the spill, and by deploying the range of resources available locally and through collaboration with regional and extra-regional partners and authorities. Madam Speaker, the sequence of actions and initiatives undertaken by our local authorities are consistent with our National Oil Spill Contingency Plan of 2013. I refer here, Madam Speaker, to a letter dated 8th of February 2024 to the Chief Administrator, Tobago House of Assembly, Mrs. Denise Toby-Kwashi. And this letter would have come from the Minister, from the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy Industries, with respect to the oil spill off the coast of Tobago, dated 8th of February 2024. And I quote, Madam Speaker, reference is made to the matter at subject. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries wishes to advise that it was made aware by the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, the TTCG, at around 9 a.m. on February 7, 2024, of an overturned vessel in the area of Cano Bay, Tobago, that was spilling an oil-like substance. Following this notification, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries proceeded to coordinate a virtual meeting at 2 p.m. on February 7, 2024, to ascertain the current status of the incident with other regulatory agencies, including the Tobago Emergency Management Agency, TEMA, and the Environmental Management Agency, the Institute of Marine Affairs, Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, and the Maritime Services Division of the Ministry of Works and Transport. Arising out of this meeting, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries offered technical support to TEMA, who confirmed that TEMA was the agency responsible for managing this incident. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries followed up with Mr. Alan Stewart of TEMA at 6:20 p.m. on February 7, 2024, and 1:30 p.m. on February 8, 2024, wherein the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries reiterated its offer of technical support and was informed that TEMA is managing the response and would engage the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries if required. In this regard, Madam Speaker, please note that the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries stands ready. I'm quoting Madam Speaker, so I should rephrase that because Madam Speaker was not mentioned in this. I quote, in this regard, please note that the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries stands ready to provide technical support to TEMA as TEMA coordinates the response to this matter. Further, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries wishes to advise that it is deploying a team to Tobago and expects to have these individuals on the ground tonight, Thursday, 8th of February, 2024. Should any assistance be required, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries point of contact will be Mr. Mark Rudder, Chief Technical Officer, who can be contacted at 462-7175, signed by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. In this regard, Madam Speaker, the following key agencies were activated in an emergency response meeting among the following key agencies: the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, the Institute of Marine Affairs, the Environmental Management Agency, the EMA, the Maritime Services Division of the Ministry of Works and Transport, Tobago Emergency Management Agency, TEMA, and the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. This crisis management meeting was hosted by the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries at 2 p.m. on Wednesday, 7th February 2024, during which the Tobago Emergency Management Agency indicated that the Tobago oil spill contingency plan was immediately triggered and that TEMA would be leading and managing the response. The MEEI, Ministry of Energy, has informed TEMA that it's available and prepared to provide technical support to TEMA in managing this incident. A ministry team has been dispatched to Tobago to provide assistance should TEMA and the THA so desire. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries dispatched a team of petroleum inspectors from its Petroleum Operations Management Division to Tobago under the leadership of Mr. Rada, Chief Technical Officer at the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, to assist the Tobago House of Assembly and the Tobago Emergency Management Authority with respect to containing and managing the oil spill incident in Tobago. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Stuart Young, MP, Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, and Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, and Senator the Honorable Rohan Sinanan, Minister of Works and Transport, met with the Honorable Fali Augustine, Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, THA, in Scarborough, Tobago. Both ministers, Young and Sinanan, offered continued support and expertise from the ministries to the THA and TEMA. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries personnel were also present and have been participating and providing expertise in the response exercise which is underway. Heritage Petroleum Company Limited sent resources to Tobago, including personnel and equipment, to assist in the response to this ongoing situation. This follows the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries initially requesting assistance from Woodside Energy and their approval of the use of a private service contractor, Kaizen Environmental Services Trinidad Limited, that Woodside Energy had in Tobago with the expertise to deal with containment and cleanup operations. Further, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Energy has been in contact with the leadership of both BPTT and Shell Trinidad Limited, both of whom have offered to provide assistance through the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries in dealing with the situation. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries continues to provide support and assistance in this matter. All the correspondents provide a comprehensive and accurate account of all that has taken place in a multidisciplinary, multi-sectoral team approach, and should help to dispel some recent inaccurate, irresponsible, and misleading commentary that there has been an attempt to conceal information from the public, particularly the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, on the matter of the oil spill. Madam Speaker, there has been no hint of any cover-up. Madam Speaker, as soon as it became clear that there was a serious problem brewing on the Tobago coastline, I was informed and I immediately directed that the relevant ministers not only assume their responsibilities, but that they be physically present in Tobago as often as required in order to ensure that the functions of the central government are faithfully and comprehensively discharged to the people of Tobago in conjunction in conjunction and collaboration with the relevant officers in Tobago. To this end, Madam Speaker, the Ministers of Energy in the Office of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Works and Transport, among others, have made several visits to Tobago. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I myself, as Prime Minister, traveled to Tobago on the morning of Sunday, 11th February, and reviewed the situation with technical staff and the THA officials there. This visit provided opportunity on Sunday afternoon for a joint press conference, which featured the Prime Minister and the Chief Secretary and all relevant department heads before the local media. At this event, all the information available to the government was presented to the public and to the Tobago House of Assembly. It is therefore quite disturbing and disappointing to hear the head of the Tobago Executive, the Chief Secretary, introduce to the public that the government had pertinent sensitive information which was being withheld from the Tobago House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, nothing is further from the truth. This is an unnecessary, gratuitous slur on the many professionals who are currently engaged in this process. A major multi-pronged investigation is currently underway, accompanying the physical activities. Under these circumstances, new, even unconfirmed information and reports are constantly being unearthed, both here at home and from many sources in many different countries outside of Trinidad and Tobago. What is even more alarming, Madam Speaker, is the statement from the Chief Secretary, which attempts to link this tragedy and its liabilities to the petroleum refinery and any of the many companies that do business with or are interested in any of its subsidiaries and their assets. The government, Madam Speaker, knows of no such existence of any such interest or conflict and view this assertion as patently ridiculous. Madam Speaker, while we have made good progress and have identified many leads which are being followed up in the ongoing investigations, there is as yet no definitive identification of operators or ownership and confirmation of the offending party or parties. We have also not yet determined the nature of the operation which resulted in the wreckage drifting to our shores. What is a fact, Madam Speaker, is that notwithstanding who is responsible, we have to protect, preserve, and restore the environment. We will also relentlessly seek to find out who is responsible and hold them liable for all that they are required to indemnify us for. Madam Speaker, I've made it quite clear to the people of Tobago and the rest of the nation that this event was not budgeted for in the annual allocation. Madam Speaker, could you protect my speech from the member for Naparima, please?
Okay, so all members, could you abide by Standing Order 53 and listen in silence, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've made it quite clear to the people of Tobago and the rest of the nation that this event was not budgeted for in the annual allocations, but the cost of dealing with it must be assumed by the Ministry of Finance as an extraordinary, inescapable expense. The Ministry of National Security, in particular, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, immediately reached out to other local and regional agencies, including the Maritime Services Division, IR Consilium through an expert consultant, CARICOM Impacts, and the Guyana Coast Guard in an urgent effort to identify the vessels and their owners and operators. As new information comes to hand, we may need to talk to other jurisdictions, including Venezuela. At the moment, we have offers of help from major oil handling nations, Brazil and Venezuela. The Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs is in contact through the established protocols and will continue to advance these discussions. The vessel is, as of now, still stuck on the reef at Cove and continues to pose a major threat as it continues to foul the coastline and surrounding seas. Our major task now is to empty the contents of the vessel in a controlled operation and neutralize the threat. We are assessing the scope of what is required and are seeking the pertinent expertise where we do not have it. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago is not only a hydrocarbon producing nation, but we are also a maritime nation, surrounded by waterways which are open to a wide range of international maritime traffic. These circumstances always expose us to certain risks like oil spills. I have seen a lot of uninformed commentary about closure of our borders and the use of permits for passage through our territorial marine space. Suffice it to say, Madam Speaker, that unlike our airspace, there is no international law which requires non-military vessels from exercising the right of innocent passage through our waters. This being so, we have always had to anticipate unwelcome events like these, and it is for this purpose that the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan is in place and is currently activated to Tier 2, meaning that we are handling the situation according to plan, but may require a bit of outside help. However, we have not yet declared a Tier 3 emergency, but that may be forthcoming. Madam Speaker, all the protocols are in place and are being followed. It requires that our professional teams be resourced and be allowed to do their jobs, and that all parties, local and national, respect the breadth and borders of their own responsibility and authorities, work in cooperative and collaborative way, and at all times refrain from mischievous, unhelpful, and damaging speculation. At this stage, Madam Speaker, we believe that the whole situation was triggered by a towing operation gone bad. In assisting with the investigation, CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security Impacts contacted the authorities in Panama and Aruba for photographs of the tugboat and other vessels, and in response to the Dutch authorities in Aruba, provided images of both vessels which can help in confirming the identity of one of the vessels. The nature and legality of the operations are still to be unraveled. We undertake at the level of the central government to do all that is necessary to deal with this threat which came to us from outside, and is outside of our own activities, and to hold responsible all who polluted our environment. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kuva South.
I rise on Standing Order 24-4. Prime Minister, given your statement and given that the oil spill from the capsized vessel is now beyond 144 kilometers in length based on information supplied by the Tobago Emergency Management Agency, TEMA, and fuel continues to leak from this vessel. Could the Prime Minister inform this House if the government has given due consideration and liaise with the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, Mr. Farley Agustin, as it relates to raising the disaster level tier from Tier 2 to Tier 3 based on the impact to the island's economy and the environment?
Madam Speaker, I would have taken that my statement would have made the point that our operation is collaborative. and all agencies, local and national, are engaged and expected to engage in a collaborative approach.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly once again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 126, and with your leave, there has been agreement to allow the Minister of Finance to speak until the conclusion of his statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am authorized by the Cabinet to make this statement on the laying in this Honourable House of the 113th and 117th reports of the Salaries Review Commission. With respect to the 113th report of the SRC, the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by letter dated March 13, 2020, conveyed her approval for the Salaries Review Commission to undertake a general review of the terms and conditions of service of officers within its purview. In that 2020 review, the Commission considered the economic challenges that the country was facing as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the economic challenges that the country had faced since 2014, which was the last time there was a general review of the terms and conditions of service of offices within its purview. After consideration of all the circumstances, historical precedent, and the factors prevailing at that time, the Commission recommended in its 113th report that the existing salaries and allowances of offices within the Commission's purview be maintained for the period 2014 to 2020. In other words, that there should be no increases in salaries and allowances for the 6-year period 2014 to 2020. With respect to the 117th report of the SRC, the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by letter dated April 14, 2023, conveyed her approval for the Salaries Review Commission to undertake a review of the terms and conditions of service of offices within its purview, based on the results of the job evaluation exercise and compensation survey, which was undertaken by the Personnel Department in respect of such offices. In the course of conducting the general review, as reported in the 89th report of the SRC, undertaken in June 2009, almost 15 years ago, a large number of office holders requested changes in the relative positioning of their jobs within the existing salary structure. At that time, the SRC expressed the view that an assessment of the duties and responsibilities attached to the various offices should be carried out and considered that it might be appropriate for a job evaluation exercise to be undertaken. Cabinet in July 2009 agreed to accept the recommendation of the SRC for the conduct of a job evaluation exercise to evaluate offices under the purview of the Salaries Review Commission and for the conduct of a compensation survey to be undertaken. Given the diverse occupational groupings which fall within the purview of the SRC, it was considered prudent that a diagnostic exercise be conducted to provide guidance on considerations for the conduct of the job evaluation exercise and the compensation survey. Upon identifying a suitable consultant, the diagnostic exercise commenced in 2012 and was completed in January 2013. Thereafter, Cabinet's approval was obtained in August 2014 for the conduct of the job evaluation exercise of the offices within the purview of the Salaries Review Commission and the conduct of a compensation survey. It was intended that the job evaluation exercise and the compensation survey would be undertaken between August 28, 2014 and the general review immediately following the 98th report. Subsequent to Cabinet's approval for the conduct of the job evaluation exercise and compensation survey, through an open tendering process overseen by the Central Tenders Board, Corn Ferry Limited formerly known as Hay Group Limited, the consultant, was formally contracted in December 2015 to provide consultancy services for the conduct of a job evaluation exercise and compensation survey for the offices within the purview of the SRC. In approaching the conduct of the compensation survey, the SRC developed a compensation philosophy, which was guided by the draft compensation policy of the public service. Key elements of the philosophy included: 1, the need to attract, motivate, retain, and engage individuals committed to public service. 2, the need to differentiate appropriately among differing levels of experience, knowledge, skills, and abilities. And 3, the need to utilize a total rewards framework in assessing appropriate compensation for officers falling within its purview. The conduct of the job evaluation exercise was facilitated by the establishment of a job evaluation committee comprising members of various backgrounds representing each of the occupational groupings within the purview of the SRC. The committee consisted of office holders from among the family groupings of elected and appointed officers, top managers in the public service, statutory bodies, commissions and boards, the legal service, and representatives of the personnel department. In instances where members of the committee were no longer serving in their respective offices, provision was made to maintain continuity. Committee members were expected to have a thorough understanding of the work of the offices being evaluated, including the context in which the offices operate, to be open-minded, and to take an objective view of the exercise. To that end, the committee received certain relevant training by the consultant. The committee's mandate was to work in collaboration with the consultant and stakeholders to produce, test, and validate the evaluation of the officers. The SRC has noted that in the conduct of the job evaluation exercise for all offices other than judicial offices, the job evaluation methodology utilized was the Hay methodology point factor system, the Hay Guide chart profile method. With respect to the evaluation of judicial offices, representation was made by the judiciary of the Republic from as early as May 2018 that the Hay methodology was unsuitable. In consideration of the concerns raised by the judiciary, the SRC agreed in September 2020 to approve the development and implementation of an adapted job evaluation methodology, which included criteria and descriptors specifically developed to address the complexities of the unique duties and responsibilities of the judicial offices. These offices represented 7.6% of the offices subjected to the evaluation exercise. Consequently, a bespoke methodology outside of the Hay Guide chart profile method was developed with input from the consultant, the judiciary, and the personnel department to assess the positions which fall within the category of judicial offices. The compensation survey was undertaken by the consultant in 2019. The objectives of the compensation survey was to understand how comparable jobs in the private sector were compensated when compared to certain benchmark offices under the purview of the SRC. Underpinning the conduct of the compensation survey was the desire to examine and compare total compensation, defined as a combination of basic salary, allowances, and benefits. Some key benefits of the public service noted by the SRC included the value of pension, vacation leave entitlement, tax exemptions on motor vehicle purchases, and tax-free income by certain office holders. The remuneration packages have therefore been determined by the SRC based on what it considers to be a fair comparison with levels of remuneration paid within the private sector for broadly comparable jobs, taking into account differences in other conditions of employment, including but not limited to security of tenure, medical benefits for full-time offices, non-contributory pension arrangements, enhanced vacation leave eligibility, and the intrinsic value of public service versus lower job security, more volatile wage compensation, and variable benefits in the private sector. Additionally, the compensation recommendations of the SRC are based on the results of the evaluation exercise and the compensation survey and represent an objective assessment of what holders of the offices should receive. The SRC has noted that the exercise was not based on a performance review of office holders, but rather on a job evaluation exercise and a compensation survey conducted in accordance with recommended best practices. During the process of developing a core salary grade structure, the consultant recommended, and it was accepted, that 5 families be established to assign the occupational groupings, with each family having 12 grades. Benchmark positions were established in each of the 5 families. The families established are elected and appointed officials, judicial offices, legal offices, top managers in the public service and statutory bodies, and appointed officials to commissions and boards. Further, the consultant recommended, and it was accepted, that the offices of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Prime Minister are unique offices and should not be included in the family groupings. Similarly, the SRC recognized that the members of the higher judiciary, the Chief Justice, Justice of Appeal, and puisne judge also occupy a unique position in our society, and as such should not also be included in the family groupings. In addition, 10 offices were categorized outside of the families grouping listed in the previous paragraph and placed in a no family alignment group. These offices are regarded as stand-alone. A listing of the offices in the various categories outlined are set out in Appendix 1 of the report. The SRC noted by legislation certain offices under the purview of the SRC were reclassified, with the result that the terms and conditions applicable to such offices were amended. These offices included the Master of the High Court, Chief Magistrate, Registrar and Marshal of the Supreme Court, Executive Administrator, and Registrar General. The impact of the legislative amendments was not considered in the conduct of the job evaluation exercise. Finally, the SRC has acknowledged in its 117th report that the completion of the job evaluation exercise was substantially delayed, and in fact, it took over 14 years from the time that the Cabinet agreed in June 2009 to accept the recommendations of the SRC for the conduct of a job evaluation exercise to evaluate offices under the purview of the SRC and for the conduct of a compensation survey to be undertaken, and has given reasons in the report for the delay. The 113th and 117th reports of the Salaries Review Commission have thus been laid for the consideration of members of this House. Thank you.
Personal explanations. Introduction of bills on the supplemental order paper. The Constitution Amendment Bill 2024 in the name of the Attorney General. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister. Public business, government business, motions.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas Section 123, subsection 1A of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, hereinafter referred to as the Constitution, provides that the Police Service Commission shall have the power to appoint persons to hold or act in the office of Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Police. And whereas Section 123, subsection 3 of the Constitution provides that the Police Service Commission shall submit to the President a list of the names of the persons nominated for appointment to the office of Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner of Police. And whereas Section 123, subsection 4 of the Constitution provides that the President shall issue a notification in respect of each person nominated under subsection 3, and the notification shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas the Police Service Commission has submitted to the President the name Kurt Simon, Superintendent of Police, as Acting Commissioner of Police, Assistant Commissioner of Police, as a person nominated to act in the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police, and whereas the President has, on the 2nd day of February 2024, issued a notification in respect of the nomination, and whereas it is expedient to approve the notification, be it resolved that the notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Kurt Simon to act in the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police be approved. Madam Speaker, Kurt Gerard Simon is a long-standing police officer attached, of course, to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. By way of his educational achievements, he holds a Master of Science in Criminology and Criminal Justice from the University of the West Indies. More particularly, he researched and developed a project entitled Retired Homicide Investigators' Perceptions of Factors Impacting the Investigation and Solving of Homicides, a phenomenological study. He holds, and that was acquired in 2021, he holds a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice, Police Science, from the College of Science, Technology and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago, and he acquired that in 2017. And he achieved in 2014 an Associate of Arts in Criminal Justice with high honors from the said College of Science, Technology and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago. He boasts of particular skills and abilities, including but not limited to developing, implementing, and evaluating policies, using research to guide decision-making, the high motivation of team members, the capacity to identify problems and seek solutions to them, policing solutions. He boasts of excellent communication skills and working with and building teams in the fight against crime across Trinidad and Tobago. He has received some particular awards, including the Police Science Outstanding Academic Achievement, an award for excellence in research from COSTAT, and a certificate of appreciation from the Homicide Bureau of Investigations as far back as 2005. Insofar as his professional experience is concerned, Madam Speaker, at the executive level of the police service, he functioned as Deputy Commissioner with responsibility for intelligence and investigations, and that began in December of 2022 and continues to the present day. He, as an Assistant Commissioner, was responsible for the Police Northeastern Division in 2022, November from 2022. As Assistant Commissioner, he was as well in charge of the white-collar crime division of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. He was responsible for the command and control of the Central Division between 2020 and 2022, and of course as Superintendent of Police and as Assistant Superintendent of Police from 2018 through 2019. He led the fraud squad of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. He was, as an assistant superintendent between 2014 and 15, a homicide investigator, leading investigations in the Homicide Bureau. And he served in that capacity in the Homicide Division from 2006 right up to 2015, through the ranks of corporal, sergeant, inspector, and assistant superintendent of police. Even before that, as far back as his beginnings in the police service in 1990, he served doing general police duties in the Southern Division and as a police detective between 1992 and 2005. Yes. Madam Speaker, he has demonstrated increasing responsibility in all of that, as I indicated, leading to his his recent appointment to act as Deputy Commissioner, Intelligence and Investigations. And that continued. Madam Speaker, in light of this, and in keeping with my responsibility, in accordance with the Constitution, I commend this candidate for our consideration, and I beg to move.
Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Kurt Simon to act in the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police be approved. Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make a few brief comments pursuant to the motion piloted by the member for Laventille West and Minister of National Security. Madam Speaker, just for absolute clarity and for the parliamentary record, on the order paper that was provided to me, the motion that gives rise to an acting appointment pursuant to the constitutional provisions in the name of Mr. Kurt Simon, this motion is in the name of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, who is present in the House today, has delegated this to the Minister of National Security. And the Minister of National Security, I think it must be stated for the record, has piloted this motion on behalf of the Prime Minister, since it is not stated in his name. Madam Speaker, Mr. Simon is no stranger to the Parliament, and indeed is no stranger to those in law enforcement. He has had a very distinguished career as a police officer, has given invaluable service to the police service and to the country, and it is not the first time we are debating Mr. Kurt Gerard Simon for an appointment to act as Commissioner of Police, Deputy Commissioner of Police. In fact, an anomaly arises that it is stated in the curriculum vitae provided to us that Mr. Simon is currently the Deputy Commissioner in the TTPS for Intelligence and Investigations. I believe that there was a break in the service sometime when Mr. Simon traveled abroad, and that necessitates our return to the Parliament to have a continuation of Mr. Simon in the position of Acting Deputy Commissioner of Police. Madam Speaker, I wish not to go through in detail the resume and read at length an impressive resume of a committed public officer, but to state that one of the valuable traits of Mr. Simon, of course, is his work in operations. And at a time when we face enormous challenges managing crime, managing the brutality of the criminal elements, and the shared trauma faced by citizens, and I can indicate, Madam Speaker, those of us on this side, because of the work of the Leader of the Opposition, we are exposed to persons in this society who report to us at our very successful anti-crime symposium organized by the Leader of the Opposition. I believe the next one would be on Monday coming, 19th, where? At the Chaguanas Borough Corporation. And Madam Speaker, those anti-crime symposia, citizens come and bare their chest and speak of the trauma, the brutality of being victims of crime. And it is heartening that Mr. Simon would have experience in operations, because one of the challenges with the TTPS over the years, with great respect to officers and their service, is one has the innate belief that experience in operations should in some way carry a different weight than someone who, no fault of their own, would have spent decades in more administrative services, in offices doing, administrative work, as opposed to the police work, so to speak. But I mean it in no disparaging way. Only to state that it is welcome that Mr. Simon has this type of exposure. Madam Speaker, I am also in a favorable position to speak on this, because Mr. Simon himself has appeared, I believe, not at one, but at 2 or 3, possibly 3 meetings of the Joint Select Committee on National Security, chaired by the member for Port au Prince South. And Mr. Simon has presented himself as acting Deputy Commissioner of Police and presented himself with commendation in responding to very serious issues surrounding the operations in the police service, surrounding equipment, and some of the problems that the police service would face, some of the challenges. And he has been forthwith attending and forthright in his response to questions and comments and so on. Madam Speaker, I also want to ask a question. How long would Mr. Simon be serving for? Since I have no argument to raise against his appointment, I wanted to ask if Mr. Simon will be serving in this position for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours, because, Madam Speaker, there are 3 motions again on the order paper calling for substantive appointments to the 3 offices on the establishment for Deputy Police Commissioner. There are 3 and only 3. There are no 4 offices as Deputy Commissioner of Police. So when we deal with this matter now and we speak in glowing terms of Mr. Simon to act, what is the government saying? Either Ms. George, Mr. Benjamin, or Mr. Lucas don't have your confidence.
Just be careful with the rule against anticipation. Okay?
Sure.
Yes.
So, Madam Speaker, I will leave that for later in the day to speak. But I'm hoping, and I want to return to Mr. Simon, I'm hoping that Mr. Simon's appointment is not a farce, that 2 hours from now he ceases to be acting Deputy Commissioner of Police. Because one cannot understand how you can have 4 Deputy Commissioners of Police. How will that work? Excuse me? Oh yes, I have a note. And Madam Speaker, this government is now becoming infamous for declaring that something is important and critical and we must do it now, and then they adjourn the House to a date to be fixed. Madam Speaker, we have had a situation where a gentleman by the name of Andre Norton was on the order paper. Notification came to appoint him in 2021 or thereabout as a Deputy Commissioner of Police, and the government left it on the order paper that Mr. Norton, who was an outstanding applicant and got the confidence of the Police Service Commission, got his nomination here and was just dismissed by this government and never even bothered to reapply, given that problem. And it raises an issue that I'll put to Mr. Simon, because we need to come back to Mr. Simon, of course. Simon says, Madam Speaker, what happens, one of the crises that we face in this society and in the TTPS, because we interact with the TTPS often in the Joint Select Committee and so on, is morale. And we cannot have a situation where it becomes now with monotonous frequency that persons who top no, I'm not. Call this in order. Madam Speaker, it cannot be that persons stop a process and then they are discarded for someone who came lower down in the order, and the person who is lower in the order then appear and give instructions and directions and commands to someone who they topped in a process. And Mr. Simon himself is now moments away, I imagine, from being approved to act in this position, to act as a Deputy Commissioner of Police, while his colleague, Mr. Andre Norton, who topped the process, got his name on an order paper in this Parliament, and it was left to wither by this very administration that say filling all the positions are important in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Madam Speaker, there are also one or two other matters pertinent to Mr. Simon's career that I would just like to touch on. And Mr. Simon, of course, the Minister has already pointed out the skills and ability and so on. Mr. Simon has also worked in the community in terms of community, engaging community representatives, local government, members of parliament, and so on. He has an excellent track record of initiating structured response to gang violence, and so on and so forth. Mr. Simon is also, Madam Speaker, one possessed of management and executive training, and has done a lot of work in training and conducting lectures in the communities and so on. When we made our inquiry, I don't want to say we did an intelligence report, but when we did our inquiry on the officer in question today, one received commendable reports of his work, of his interfacing with members of the public, of his accessibility in certain crises and in moments when we have to depend on quick responses from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. He had responded to many in local government and parliamentary politics and so on in a very professional manner. He has also been out in the front, working on the ground, on roadblocks, on dealing, as I said, dealing with the operations part of policing, which is welcome at this time. It's a pity, of course, that Mr. Simon is in a sense, is before us to act as a Deputy Commissioner of Police rather than a substantive confirmation, given his service and given the reports that we have received. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Member for Bartara Salmon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me to join this debate. Madam Speaker, the exercise that we engaged in today is for really the appointment, the confirmation of the selection of the Police Service Commission. The new Police Service Commission that was collapsed due to political interference by high-ranking public officials in this country. And that's the first point I wish to make, Madam Speaker, is that these service commissions ought to exercise their function in an independent manner, free from political interference. So we are here now with a fresh Police Service Commission, and this
Speaker,
Police Service Commission has
48-6, please.
Member overruled. Please continue.
Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I just wish to raise one issue with respect to the exercise that we engaged in here today. And I say this in the context of a letter that was received on the 15th of February 2024. And this letter is addressed to the Leader of Government Business in the House of Representatives, Member of Parliament, the Honourable Camille Robinson Regis, under the hand of Christy Mohan, attorney at law. And Madam Speaker, I wish to read this particular letter into the record because it's important as...
1 minute. In terms of, before I let you go any further, what we're dealing with here is the nomination of Mr. Kurt Simon to act as Deputy Commissioner, so that if you're doing something that relates to this, now this is not a general debate on the Police Service Commission. If what you're going to read is related to this nomination that is before us, it's okay. So I just want to warn you, I don't know what it is, but I heard you made a very broad statement about the exercise that we engage in. Okay, so just be cautious so that I won't have to rise and stop you if you're off the point.
I am so guided, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this particular letter deals directly with the appointment of Deputy Commissioner of Police. And there's the nomination, please, Madam Speaker.
Yes, okay.
And Madam Speaker, this is in relation to a claim that has been filed in the High Court of Justice, CB 2023-3004, Zahir Riaz Ali.
Madam Speaker, 48-2. By definition, the members just confirmed that this matter is sub judice. And that's why you shouldn't talk about it.
So, member for Superior. So, member, if it's a matter that is sub judice, we know the rule. Okay? So that while I will allow you to mention, we're not going into this matter. So let me see where you're going, but be careful.
I wish not to traverse any of the issues, facts, whatever, into that particular matter. All I wish to say is that what we are privy to in terms of the letter is that a decision is forthcoming in this matter on the 29th of February 2024. And I wonder whether or not this is a proper exercise of a parliamentary debate having regard to this matter being actively before the courts, right now the High Court of Justice, Madam Speaker. And I wish that the government gives us some clarification with this particular matter, there being an active matter before the court, ready for decision on the 29th of this month in relation to the nomination of persons for the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police. Those are the few points I wish to make with respect to the process that we're engaged in, Madam Speaker. You have a standing order? No? Madam Speaker, with respect to the appointment of Mr. Kurt Simon, this Parliament has already approved an acting appointment for Mr. Kurt Simon. I wish to also add my voice to some of the points my friend from Orpuch East would have raised in terms of Mr. Simon's qualification, having engaged with respect to studies in criminology at the University of the West Indies in terms of particular studies where cases based on what we provided for, that where officers who retire, how they impact the criminal justice system. And I think that is really something useful to have in terms of an individual serving in the Police Service Commission, and especially at that high management level. It's a pity, Madam Speaker, that Mr. Simon is not one of the names to be nominated as a substantive Deputy Commissioner of Police, having regard to the fact that he has served in this position before. He has made himself available to joint select committees of this Parliament, and provided whatever information he can in terms of the strategic way forward for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. We understand that the crisis we're in with respect to the criminal situation, Madam Speaker, but Trinidad and Tobago and this Parliament, being a creature of the Constitution, must act within the four corners of the law. And we must respect the separation of powers in terms of the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. And the exercise we engage in, Madam Speaker, without anticipating anything that may happen in the future, I hope that this is not an exercise in futility as it is before active consideration before High Court Judge. And I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Aruka Maloney.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am concerned because I have received no such correspondence, and I don't know what the member is talking about. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, by his own words, the member is trying to delegitimize the process. Yes, you are. The member is trying to delegitimize the process that we have agreed is the process for these members of the police service to be nominated and to be brought before the Parliament, because he's questioning the role of the Service Commission. And Madam Speaker, if that is so, yes, you stood there and just questioned the role of the Service Commission. Madam Speaker, sorry, yes. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the court has not injuncted the Parliament from speaking about this matter. We do not even know what this matter is about before the court. And yet the member has tried to insert the court in this entire process by saying that we should not be dealing with this matter, led by the member for Superior. And Madam Speaker, it is not fair to the Parliament when we have a certain job to do, the court has its job to do, and the Service Commission has its job to do, to try and stop us from doing what is legitimately our job in relation to the governance of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, this is a constitutional remit of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and it is passing strange that on this occasion, the member for Barataria San Juan would want to injunct us from dealing with this matter. Madam Speaker, this is a matter that is legitimately before the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. The nominations have come, the notifications have come through the Service Commission to the President. The President has sent it here, and we are here to debate legitimately, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I am totally dumbfounded, flabbergasted, totally unaware of what the member of Parliament speaks, and if he has information, then he needs to give it to me. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Member for Superior.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just as the Honourable Member for Ruka Maloney asserts her right and the right of that side to do what they think best, legitimately do so, we on this side have a duty to bring matters to the attention of the Parliament and to the public if these are matters of concern. So if the government has one view, we always say let the opposition have its say, the government will have their way. That is a legitimate business of this Parliament. And if matters come to our attention, I have seen a copy of the email. Maybe the member did not read her emails. I don't know. I've seen it copied to the Chief Whip. It was copied to the Clerk of the House. And it is our duty, if there is something that may be remiss. This judgment is due on the 29th. It is 2 weeks away. Why is it that we could not wait? Madam Speaker, the member spoke of the matter and the court matter. I am not going to the merits of the case. But we have a duty, and we will live to regret what is happening here today. Because you really want me to go into those details, madam? You really do? Then I'll read the letter. Then I got the letter on the email. It was copied to the Chief Whip. It was Chief Whip. The Chief Whip leads our... Listen. Temper. The others will have a chance, madam. I think, and I reassert, that we have a duty on behalf of the public for the good governance of TNT to raise concerns that we have. And that is what we have done, and we will continue so to do. I thank you for your time.
The Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, there is precious little to be said further. It has been clearly adumbrated by my friend, the member for Ruka Maloney. But Madam Speaker, the member for Oropuch East asked with a tone of sarcasm and usual inciting unnecessary energies in the society that he asked how long with the appointment of Mr. Simon's acting Deputy Commissioner of Police last. I simply want to place on the record that the government had absolutely no hand in the notification. The government did not set the order of business today. We came here to deal with what is in front of us, and in fact, the Police Service Commission sent Mr. Simon's notification after the notifications for the substantive office came to this Parliament. The Police Service Commission did that. So I simply wanted to put that on the record. And as for the member for Barataria San Juan, the duplicity in their submissions amazes me. The member for Aruka Maloney really clearly identified the role and responsibility of the Parliament, in this case, acting precisely in accordance with the Constitution, which is why we are here, to respond to the notification of Her Excellency. So while the member for Sawa Barataria tells us, and I quote him, we must respect the separation of powers, at the same time he is calling on the very Parliament to take into account some matter that is in the court coming up on the 29th to affect our business in the House today. Duplicity of the highest order. Madam Speaker, with those two simple facts behind us, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that a notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Kurt Simon to act in the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police be approved. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas Section 123, subsection 1A of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, hereinafter called the Constitution, provides that the Police Service Commission shall have the power to appoint persons to hold or act in the office of Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Police. And whereas Section 123(3) of the Constitution provides that the Police Service Commission shall submit to the President a list of the names of persons nominated for appointment to the office of Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner of Police. And whereas Section 123, subsection 4 of the Constitution provides that the President shall issue a notification in respect of each person nominated under subsection 3, and the notification shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas the Police Service Commission has submitted to the President the name Mr. Wendell Lucas for appointment to the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police, and whereas the President has on the 4th day of December 2023 issued a notification in respect of the nomination, and whereas it is expedient to approve the notification, be it resolved that the notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Wendell Lucas to the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police be approved. Madam Speaker, Mr. Wendell Hernandez Lucas now holds the substantive position of, the position as acting Assistant Commissioner of Police. Mr. Lucas, in the course of his 26 years of dedicated service, currently heads the White Collar Division of the Police Service. He was once the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service representative on the National Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Financing of Terrorism Committee, NAMLAC as we call it. He's a former director of the Financial Investigations Branch of the Police Service, having been appointed as director in 2029. Some of Mr. Lucas's key achievements, Madam Speaker, include was the first officer to use the unexplained wealth order legislation which we passed some time ago in Trinidad and Tobago, and he touted as having developed standard operating procedures for the white-collar division of the police service. Madam Speaker, he represented the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service as part of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force Mutual Evaluation Team that assessed the Bahamas. And of course, in the course of his policing career, he investigated and solved one of the largest cases in Trinidad and Tobago, the so-called Balo Mirage case, which led to the extradition of several Trinidad and Tobago nationals to the United States for trial. Insofar as his educational achievements are concerned, Madam Speaker, Mr. Lucas from the Anglia Ruskin University acquired a Master's of Law degree in International Business Law with distinction. Mr. Lucas from the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies acquired qualification in Terrorism and Security Studies, and from the University of Virginia, a certificate in Criminal Justice Education. And of course, Mr. Lucas is a mutual evaluation assessor in the FATF and CFATF arena. Mr. Lucas is as well an attorney at law, having graduated from the University of London with a Bachelor of Laws degree and acquired from the University of Westminster a legal practicing certificate, LPC, as the lawyers and others would identify it. He acquired a diploma in industrial relations from the then Cipriani Labour College. He has active participation as a police service executive member, and of course belongs to the National Academy, well, he's a National Academy Associate of the FBI. Several elements of specialized training in investigation, asset forfeiture, special investigative techniques, and money laundering. Madam Speaker, a very illustrious resume, and with these, I commend this notification to the House, and I beg to move. Thank you.
Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that a notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Wendell Lucas to the Office of Deputy Commissioner of Police be approved. Member for Opuch East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, having moved on to a second name before us for approval, I just want to spend a few minutes, to speak to the nominee before us, Mr. Wendell Hernandez Lucas, LLB, LPC, LLM, now looking for JOB. Madam Speaker, the candidate, of course, as the minister before me indicated, has given years of service to the Trinidad and Tobago Police and to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, has a track record of accomplishment, certainly of qualifications, participation in professional membership across the board, has been involved as the nominee before as a leading figure in training, in presentations and so on a host of topics related to law enforcement, and has also some significant experiences abroad in participation at international fora. And of course, is another candidate before us with some experience in operations. Madam Speaker, my first observation is that we are presented in this Parliament with the CV or curriculum vitae of candidates. Those of us on this side may not have a lot of capacity to test a CV or resume, we will not have certainly we will not have the organizational resources to inquire into a CV as to if someone says, for example, they participated in a seminar in Atlanta. We may not have any way of knowing whether that's true or not, but we operate on a certain principle that what is presented to us in a resume is accurate. It is accurate, and it is not something that we ought to stand and question. So when you look at the resume, it is a resume that has significant participation at international events and so on, across the board in several issues involving terrorism, cybercrime, which is, as we all know, which is a major issue to face us in the next 10, 20, 30 years or so. Cybercrime, gang investigations, prosecutions, economic crime, financial crime, and so on. Now, Madam Speaker, Mr. Lucas has an impressive CV, and I just wanted for the record again to indicate that this appointment, this process to lead to the appointment of a substantive Deputy Commissioner of Police is also the subject. There is also a question as to the procedure used by the Police Service Commission. Now, when a candidate comes to us in a 4-page CV, we reflect on the CV. If the candidate is before us as a physical body, as they do with the congressional system in the United States, we can look to the candidate and ask questions. And that is a way of interrogating, examining a candidate in full public glare. In the absence of that process that we don't have, and maybe one day we will, we can ask certain questions to the candidate and to the Parliament based upon the CV. Now, there was a time, Madam Speaker, when the Police Service Commission was mandated by law to hire consultants and international experts and so on to assist with their process, their interview process, their assessment process, their stages, their recruitment, and so on. That has gone. They have changed that upside down so that it is the members of the Police Service Commission now, it is those members who really undertake this task almost by themselves with some administrative help and so on, but they decide. Now, we have raised on public record already, we have raised matters of process involving the appointment of Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police. The appointment of Mr. Lucas, or the pending appointment of Mr. Lucas, is predicated on the work done by the Police Service Commission in arriving at this name as opposed to somebody else. Now, we don't know the process. We are not provided, and maybe we should be provided, with further materials as to the interview, as to the assessment, the application form, role-playing, management of communications, and so on, which they are assessed on, so that the Parliament has an understanding of the process used, who were the other candidates, where they line up in terms of marks and so on. Because, Madam Speaker, quite recently, in an interrogation before the Joint Select Committee on National Security, involving no lesser person than the Commissioner of Police, there were questions raised in the aftermath in the public domain as to what really was this process that gave the arrival of a candidate. That was a serious question raised in the public domain, so much so that the Prime Minister, not on one, but on 2 occasions, had to go in the public and issue statements in the public to the effect of one ought not to be condemning a Commissioner of Police, or Deputy Commissioner of Police for that matter. One ought not to be making critical remarks that way, but one should give support and so on. But there was an avalanche of statements in the press in the aftermath of the JSC meeting on national security that raised serious concerns about this process that Mr. Lucas has gone through to arrive here. And that is something that requires further thinking, because, Madam Speaker, it's not only this process of Mr. Lucas. In a particular matter, the Attorney General is named as a party in a court matter. He sits in the Parliament and cannot tell the leader of government business about a matter that is before the court involving the appointment of Deputy Commissioners of Police. That is now the subject where persons are challenging the legality of the procedure. And the Attorney General remains quiet, but he's named the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago as a defendant. And, Madam Speaker...
But I think we should get back to Mr. Lucas.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
So I leave that there. Madam Speaker, back to Mr. Lucas. Now, there are certain questions, and I want to say that I raise this with great respect to Mr. Lucas, to Mr. whoever it might be. It is a matter that we raise in the public interest. Had Mr. Lucas been before us, there are questions we can put to Mr. Lucas. So we can put questions based on his CV. Now, in the CV, it deals with his work in investigations, particularly as it deals with white-collar crime, particularly as it deals with enforcement of law relating to serious criminal activity and so on. Now, Mr. Lucas is an attorney at law. Is it correct that Mr. Lucas, as an attorney at law, at any time sought to represent persons while still being a police officer? Is that correct? When we conducted our inquiry, so to speak, because those of us on this side, when we prepare for these debates, we conduct an inquiry and so on. Mr. Lucas is known to me. In fact, I think he interviewed me already in his capacity as a Trinidad and Tobago police officer. He was part of a team that interviewed me. He wanted me to tell him a lot more about the member for Diego Martin West. And we had a meeting at a lawyer's office in Port of Spain somewhere, and we had an interview. So I'm aware of the gentleman and his professional... Oh, sorry.
Member for Oldbridge East, I'll give you some latitude. We're all about the place. We're debating the nomination of this particular candidate. Please, let's keep within the confines of this nomination, please.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, my point really, to hit the point and then we support the point. I'll first make the point and then sharpen the point. That Mr. Lucas, the issue we would like to raise is the complete fitness for this office. If it is that Mr. Lucas, as an attorney at law and a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, at any time sought to represent persons who were at least accused, if not arrested, of serious criminal conduct in matters involving financial investigations. And we would just like that to be clarified. I am sure it's a matter that can be clarified easily. And Madam Speaker, in our inquiries, we learned that it may not have been on one occasion, but may have been on two occasions. Now, Mr. Lucas may have acted properly. He may have acted well properly within the law. I'm not at any time suggesting that Mr. Lucas may have violated any law. What I'm suggesting is that the information reaching us is that at some time, on two occasions, we believe, that Mr. Lucas sought to represent persons who were themselves suspects in certain matters involving serious criminal activity. And in some of those persons are known to members opposite. Are known. They know them. They go on the boat and lime. So, Madam Speaker, these are some of the questions you raise when persons arrive. And I have this strange feeling now that I am speaking on a nominee who may well be acting as Commissioner of Police by the 1st of June 2024. I have this feeling. So there are serious questions to be raised. And we will want to put on record as well that persons in these positions ought to insulate themselves from political influence. From political influence, one way or the other. And Mr. Lucas has a long track record of service, 26 years of dedicated service, straight across the board, experience, training, and so on. And I'm sure that Mr. Lucas himself would want to protect his own professionalism, his own track record, his own reputation, and don't have that reputation soiled by members of the executive who may seek to push him in one direction or another, given what I raised earlier about certain concerns. So, Madam Speaker, those are just some of the remarks I will raise on this critical appointment, because we view this as a very, very critical matter. And this matter is critical because not only Mr. Lucas, anyone else, but I'll not anticipate another debate. When you are substantive Deputy Commissioner of Police, it is obvious that circumstances will arise in which you can act as Commissioner of Police of this country. And this is why I want to indicate that we do not support at this time. The government is on its last legs. They are in their last few months of office. There should be no attempt to change this process from hiding the names of persons to act or to fill substantive offices in the hierarchy of the TTPS by removing the jurisdiction of the Parliament. Because we heard that whispering somewhere in a public, in press releases or in public media conferences and so on. We do not support that. We know we'll have to come time and time again to deal with sometimes the same person, but that's not a problem. We won't make it a problem now. We won't make it a problem now because we are dealing with a government that cannot be trusted on these matters. Because Mr. Lucas is here today as Deputy Commissioner of Police, as I said. There's something to happen in May, and he may well be the acting Commissioner of Police thereafter for forever. For how long? We don't know. And it's a matter that we are very, very concerned with. And I'll ask, and Madam Speaker, I may have more to say on another candidate later, but thank you very much. Thank you.
Member for Naparima. Minister of National Security.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Wendell Lucas to the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police be approved. All in favour say aye. All in favour say aye. Any against? So is there a call for division? Did I hear that?
Mrs. Robinson Regis?
No.
Dr. Rowley?
No.
Mr. Imbert? Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Hines?
No.
Mr. Dial Singh?
No.
Mr. Al-Rawi?
No.
Ms. Beckles?
No.
Mrs. Webster Roy?
No.
Mrs. Kudrow Lewis?
No.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly?
No.
Mr. Gonzalez?
No.
Mr. McClatchy?
No.
Mr. Cummings? Mr. Dana Briga?
No.
Mr. Leons?
No.
Mr. Manning?
No.
Mrs. Morris Julian?
No.
Mr. Scotland?
Nay.
Mr. Monroe?
No.
Mr. Lee?
Abstain.
Mr. Charles?
Abstain.
Ms. Amin?
Abstain.
Mr. Indar Singh? Mr. Padrat?
Abstain. I don't like to.
Dr. Munilal?
Abstain.
Mr. Hussain?
Abstain.
Mr. Atiram?
Abstain.
Mr. Atiram?
Abstain.
Mr. Rambali?
Abstain.
Mr. Ram?
Abstain.
Dr. Ragbir?
Abstain.
Mr. Tanku?
Abstain.
Dr. Sicharan?
Abstain.
Madam Speaker, the results of the occasion are 20% voted against and 12 persons abstained. And 0% voted.
Honourable members, on a division with no votes for, 20 votes against, 12 abstentions, the motion has failed. Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas Section 123(1)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, hereinafter called the Constitution, provides that the Police Service Commission shall have the power to appoint persons to hold or act in the office of Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Police, and whereas Section 123, subsection 3 of the Constitution provides that the Police Service Commission shall submit to the President a list of the names of persons nominated for appointment to the office of Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner of Police, and whereas Section 123, subsection 4 of the Constitution provides that the President shall issue a notification in respect of each person nominated under subsection 3, and the notification shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, and whereas the Police Service Commission has submitted to the President the name Mr. Junior Benjamin for appointment to the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police, and whereas the President has on the 4th day of December 2023 issued a notification in respect of the nomination, and whereas it is expedient to approve the notification, be it resolved that the notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Junior Benjamin to the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police be approved. Madam Speaker, Mr. Junior Benjamin has over 33 years' experience in the business of policing. During this period, he commanded several divisions and branches. Some of the roles in that capacity would have involved the formulation and establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Polygraph Unit, and the formulation and implementation of police and departmental orders, which governs the Community Policing Secretariat. Insofar as his professional experience goes, Madam Speaker, he joined the police service in the year 2000, and he continues to the present. He was a senior superintendent of police from the September 2020 and served as acting senior superintendent in charge of the complaints division and as head of the tribunal and then the head of the administrative office. He also held office in the court and process branch, led it, and the Tobago division from September 2021 to November 2022. And in both cases, planned and directed several anti-crime initiatives and operations across the Tobago division and otherwise. He was a superintendent of police from the 9th of January 2019 and served in the court and process branch. He was promoted to superintendent in December of 2020. He was promoted to the rank of assistant superintendent in 2018 and served through the ranks as corporal, sergeant, inspector, all through those years, doing a lot of his service in the polygraph unit, and he was the deputy chief polygraph examiner. He is also a member of the Canadian Association of Police Polygraphists from 2010 to the current date. Mr. Benjamin began his policing career as a special reserve police, and I suspect this would be a great inspiration to the young people and special reserve police officers across Trinidad and Tobago. He served 11 years as a Special Reserve Police Officer from 1989 to year 2000. And during this period, he served in the Traffic Branch, in the Office of Strategic Service, in the Special Reserve Police Office, Tobago Division, and more. And he, in 2000, did the regular service exam and matriculated into same. Some of his other experiences, very widespread, I might say. Assistant General Youth Director of ParlView, that is the Pentecostal Assemblies of the West Indies. And of course, he was the National Youth Director from 2008 and for many years. By way of his education, Madam Speaker, he acquired a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Management in the year 2008 from the University of the West Indies. In 2014, he acquired a Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of London. In 2017, he acquired a postgraduate diploma in legal practice with high commendation, and that was acquired in 2017. And more belatedly, from the University of Bedfordshire, he is now engaged and pursuing an MBA. He as well acquired a diploma in business management as far back as 1994 from the John Donaldson Technical Institute, and followed that in 1998 with a Bachelor of Theology degree. So this is a man, Madam Speaker, who mixes policing with a spiritual element and base which he has gotten from his studies in theology and otherwise. Madam Speaker, with those few things said about Mr. Junior Benjamin, I commend him this nomination to the House, and I beg to move. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Junior Benjamin to the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police be approved. Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today is an example, and the process that we are adopting today is an example of why we are a third world country. And we will never progress under this government. Madam Speaker, one would have anticipated that if we were coming here today, we would be looking at the nomination of Mr. Junior Benjamin, and we would be saying that he would be nominated to fill a particular post in the TTPS. Now, the post is that the nomination is in regard of Deputy Commissioner of Police. But here's something, Madam Speaker. According to the updated public statement of the Ministry of National Security in 2023, as required under the Freedom of Information Act, the TTPS has 3 Deputy Commissioner of Police. These are the Deputy Commissioner of Police Intelligence and Investigations, Deputy Commissioner of Police Administration and Operational Support, and thirdly, Deputy Commissioner of Police Operations. We should be told today that Mr. Benjamin, given his track record, has been nominated for one of these positions, so that we would be in a better position to see his adequacy for the particular post that he's appointed to. This is how it is done in serious organizations. Serious organizations. You are appointing Rodney Charles to be an MP. But MP for Naparima, it has the specificity that is required. But you would know about that on that side. You would not know about. I am not surprised to say that if we were looking at Mr. Benjamin, and we were saying that he would be in intelligence and investigations, then we would be able to have a better picture of whether this applies to the position.
I know the member for Naparima usually creates some excitement, but I'd ask all members to listen quietly. Those who can't, maybe they can take a little walk and return, and please allow Mr. Charles to make his contribution.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your protection.
I'm sorry, thank you. The member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is appreciated. So, Madam Speaker, it speaks to, in my view, a measure of, I do not want to use the word disrespect for those on this side and the Parliament in general. What we are given is a CV. Madam Speaker, in management, up to 40 years ago, as in management in National Patrol, we were told that a CV is an inadequate tool. Yes.
Remember, we don't have this.
Put down the book. It's an inadequate tool for making a judgment. And we understand that the Police Service Commission, they have their processes and their procedures. And the requirement for us is to trust what the Police Service Commission, but we have a fundamental duty. We were elected by citizens of this country to fulfill our responsibilities. And I cannot, in good conscience, look at a CV and tell me that this is a basis for which I could make a judgment on the suitability of the candidate. Madam Speaker, it speaks no aspersions on the characters of these people. They're all qualified men. They worked hard for long and dedicated service in the public service. But I'm saying that we on this side have a responsibility to speak to the suitability of these individuals for a particular job, given the fact that crime in Trinidad and Tobago is out of control. So every decision we make must be made in good conscience on the basis of the best information we have. I need not remind my friends opposite about the inadequacy of a CV. I could speak to the international recruitment agency called the Raw Talent Academy, and they point to several downsides to using a CV for making appointments, Madam Speaker. They tell us that stereotyping causes unconscious discrimination. You see somebody who has a master's, and we assume that he's better than a person who has a bachelor's degree. Somebody who went to Cambridge, we assume that he's better than if he went to Anglia Ruskin University. Unconscious. So we are sitting here and making a judgment based on those kinds of assumptions. They say the third downside, a CV doesn't guarantee that you will find what you are looking for. This is not Rodney Charles talking. This is global recruiting institutes.
I fell into that trap created by you. Member for Naparima. Don't mind you referring to yourself in here. The member for Naparima.
Oh, when I refer to myself, okay, I apologize, Madam Speaker. A CV doesn't guarantee that you will find what you're looking for. CVs display the same information. Exam results, where candidate went to school or university, and where they used to work. They are therefore unlikely to provide a true feel for how much the role is right for the individual. It continues, a CV won't tell you how customer-oriented a candidate is, what drives them, if they have the right attitude, can they work in a team, or if they're open to developing. They don't cover those all-important soft skills, vital for employers in making sure they are investing in the right candidate. Attributes like problem solving, abstract thinking, and motivation are difficult to quantify or prove with a CV. So we suggest finding alternative ways to discover what an individual could do. And I'm just saying this in the context of an institution and an agency that is operating on best practices. Now, we know that the Constitution calls for the Police Service Commission to do their processes, come up with some names, send it to the President sends it to the House. And it comes to the House for analysis and verification. But there is nothing to stop us, for example, like in the United States, to have Mr. Benjamin or to have, have Mr. Benjamin come here for 5 minutes and tell us about his vision for the TTPS, his track record, and how he intends to actualize, to make this vision a reality. 5 minutes. We could even say that we would not ask him questions, but at the end of the day, I would know that this gentleman spoke to a vision for the TTPS in the context of the problems we face, and therefore I have a justification for approving his appointment. What is to stop us from being creative in these appointments? I continue with respect to the respect of the international institutions. It says CVs don't show potential. Unfortunately, and I'm quoting here, CVs don't provide an indication of the true potential held by a candidate. They show where they have worked and where they have studied. They are not a reliable predictor of future performance, Madam Speaker. So we have institutions telling us how it is you go about making appointments. We have, my colleague referred to the US Congress, where the Secretary for National Security, when he comes, they speak to him, they're asking about his vision, they're asking about his plan, his track record, and what would be his short-term, medium, and long-term achievements in this service. Why can't we do the same? We are given a...
We're here to debate the person non-appointment. Thank you.
Okay, so the member raised 48-1. Member for Naparima, I think I have allowed you sufficient leeway on a process that you would like to see, and therefore let's get on to the process that exists.
Right.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, so therefore I have to operate within the constraints my friend from Dio Martin Central pointed out. So I'll operate within the constraints. We have here Junior Benjamin, and he has 33 years experience in the police fraternity. During the period, he worked in several divisions and branches. And some of it speaks to preparation of duties as well as monitoring and measurement of performance appraisals. Now, again, I would have liked to see some measurable indicators of this performance. So when I read about conducting polygraph examinations, I have no measurable matrix, index, in which to say this is the kind of fella we want for the TTPS at this time. When I look at monitoring and maintaining, in fact, any bachelor in management studies know that these words are loose words, right? The preparation of duties, the monitoring and maintaining all records, conducting polygraph examinations. It would have been better, and I'm just saying. And I'm just saying that this, I cast no aspersions on. I recognize, but I think in Trinidad and Tobago, we have reached a different level, and I would commend in future. As I said, this is my last term in Parliament, and I would like in future, yes, I know. I know.
We've passed the point about what we'd like to see.
Excuse me?
We've passed the point about what we'd like to
yes.
see. So,
and
yes.
I would like, and in closing, I'd like to see a better approach to come in the nominations of the approval of the nominations submitted by the Police Service Commission. Madam Speaker, we are better than this. We will have to go by this, what we have today, and this is the reason why the TTPS is in the position that it is in today, and there's a crisis of leadership. Thank you.
Minister of National Security.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, again for the record and for the benefit of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and the world, I want to say to the member for Naparima, he would not have been here in 2007 when there was significant reform of the Constitution and elements of the Police Service Act at a time when issues around crime, burgeoning crime, challenged the society, and the police service was called upon by the public through the Parliament to do more. Questions of its establishment, its structure arose. In those discussions, Madam Speaker, leading to amendments to the Constitution, at that time, the Prime Minister had a veto on the nomination by the Police Service Commission of the Police Commissioner. The United National Congress, recognizing the constitutional changes that the PNM government in 2007 wanted to effect, and the UNC recognizing that we needed their parliamentary support with a special majority in order to achieve that, made demands of the government. And two of the demands it made, one was the removal of the Prime Minister's veto, which was done in private and all quietly, and demanded that the Parliament play this role that we are playing here today. And it is that the UNC demanded. So when I hear the member for Naparima today criticizing the process, he is standing on the UNC riverbank and talking the very UNC bad. But he said that this is his last term. I'll put it differently. He's politically half dead, ready to go. And spent a lot of time here today telling us about resumes, as though we need to hear that from the member. It is the UNC that created this process, this mess, and this crisis. And further to that, Madam Speaker, just for the record, not even the Police Service Commission, in its constitutional responsibility for the appointment of the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioners of Police, delve or engage in which posting the eventual success would be. They deal with the Police Commissioner and they deal with Deputy Commissioners, all three. And they appoint in those terms. It is the Police Commissioner who will decide on the particular posting, whether it is investigations and intelligence or operations or admin. That is for the Police Commissioner, well known, well established. So when, and constitutionally entrenched, when the member for Naparima gets up here today to tell us that we are here discussing without knowing whether it will be admin or intelligence and operations and that sort of thing, that, Madam Speaker, is as good as the member himself, half dead, politically notwithstanding. Madam Speaker, with those two simple facts behind us, it gave me and it gives me great pleasure to commend this matter for the consideration of the House, and I beg to move.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that a notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Mr. Junior Benjamin to the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police be approved. All in favor say aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. The Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much again, Madam Speaker. I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas Section 123(1)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, hereinafter called the Constitution, provides that the Police Service Commission shall have the power to appoint persons to hold or act in the office of Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Police. And whereas Section 123, subsection 3 of the Constitution provides that the Police Service Commission shall submit to the President a list of the names of persons nominated for appointment to the office of Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner of Police. And whereas Section 123, subsection 4 of the Constitution provides that the President shall issue a notification in respect of each person nominated under subsection 3, and the notification shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas the Police Service Commission has submitted to the President the name Ms. Natasha George as the person nominated for appointment to the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police, and whereas the President has on the 4th day of December 2023 issued a notification in respect of the nomination, and whereas it is expedient to approve this nomination, be it resolved that the notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Ms. Natasha George to the office of Deputy Commissioner of Police be approved. Madam Speaker, the nominee before us through this notification is recorded as a leader in strategic transformation, bringing over 20 years' experience in security analytics, business transformation, management and delivery of highly complex and cross-border services. This nominee possesses expertise in artificial intelligence, transnational operations, business economics, global corporate finance, and of course, very familiar with local legislation, particularly as it applies to the police and policing. The candidate describes herself, the nominee, as also being very passionate about delivering value to the citizens of the country and a strong believer in artificial intelligence and machine learning, ML as it is called in that industry, in that sphere. Machine learning, which is the business of machines learning from data with minimal human intervention. Insofar as education acquisition is concerned, Natasha George from the Johns Hopkins University acquired certification in data science in 2020. In 2005, from the University of the West Indies, an undergraduate degree in criminology, and of course, conducted training in police development from the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, and that was in 2017. Ms. George acquired postgraduate qualification, having completed a postgraduate degree from the London Business School in the business of artificial intelligence in 2021. Ms. George acquired as well a Bachelor of Science degree in Psychology and Human Resource Management from the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus in 2009, and is engaged in an MPhil program beginning in 2022 at the University of the West Indies, leading, of course, to further qualification in this regard. Insofar as her professional career is concerned, Madam Speaker, Ms. George would have led at the Police Academy as head recruiter between 2010 and 2013, recruiting hundreds of police officers into the police service. Between 2010 and 2015, she headed the school department for induction training at the Police Academy, and as well was the inspector of human resource between 2016 and 2017 in the police service. As well, Madam Speaker, Ms. George was attached to, as a police inspector, the Professional Standards Bureau, which we all know is involved in the business of keeping police officers whole, keeping them true to their oaths and keeping them true to the laws that they operate and govern the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Madam Speaker, as Assistant Superintendent, she was the Divisional Area Supervisor engaged in routine and regular police work. Superintendent of Police, she was promoted to Superintendent of Police, and she headed the Child Protection Unit following the establishment of the package of children's legislation that we now observe in Trinidad and Tobago, and boasted in this regard of creating an operational policy for interaction of police officers with children. Very important, of course, and having developed a partnership between the organization and the United States National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, resulting in access to their cyber tip line database, among many other such achievements. Madam Speaker, there is much more that can be said from this resume on Natasha George, but with those things said, I commend this nomination to this House, and I beg to move. Thank you.
Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that a notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Ms. Natasha George to the Office of Deputy Commissioner of Police be approved. Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are here to approve the nomination of Ms. George, Ms. Natasha George, for appointment to the Office of Deputy Commissioner of Police. And just make a few points. The first is that if we approve her appointment today, there still will be an outstanding position of Deputy Commissioner of Police. Since we will have, assuming we approve this, we'll have 2 substantive DCOPs and 1 acting a DCOP, Mr. Kurt Simon. A measure of confusion in terms of the leadership and the filling of slots in the top management position of the TTPS. As another minor point, we have a situation where we have Mr. Simon, who was acting before, and his position was not terminated, but we have approved him to act again. I say no more on that. Ms. George has over 20 years' experience in security analysis, we note, business transformation, management, cross-border services, artificial intelligence, transnational operations, business economics, corporate finance, and local legislation. She has degrees in psychology and human resource management. I will make the point that I have no doubt that she will make a good Deputy Commissioner of Police, but I would have preferred if today I had comfort in terms of a statement in the CV that would have told me that she would have reduced the murders by 20%. We say all this in the context. I've heard nothing that gives me comfort that all these appointments can reduce the figures on home invasions, robberies, and murders. Madam Speaker, in November 2023, we had 230 cases of home invasions, break-ins, car larcenies, robberies, aggravation occurred across the country. Expressed December 11, 2023. Since I'm told that the Police Service Commission does not make recommendations in terms of positions in the TTPS, then I have to assume that the Commissioner of Police, if, for example, they do not make on that basis, it means we could get all of them with expertise in operations. We could get all of them in HR. We could get all, and then the Commissioner will have now to reallocate based on a misallocation of the human resource available to us. I say no more on that. I say no more. I would have liked to see, Madam Speaker, SMART goals and achievements, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic and anchored within a time frame. I would have liked to see her measurable achievements. She went into the police service and she reduced crime in a particular area of her expertise by 20% over a 4-year period. Madam Speaker, but this is what we have, and we have to go with it. Madam Speaker, on the basis of her CV, which is before us, her qualifications, she has expertise she was superintendent of the police academy from 2023 to the present. So that's 1 year. She was superintendent of the police academy. 1 year as a superintendent at the academy. And a superintendent of police advising divisional commanders, which involves but not limited to managing the analysis of data to inform key decision making. Prepare annual draft estimates of expenditure. Function as a tribunal officer in disciplinary matters. In 2020, she was head of specialist section, superintendent of police, child protection unit. I would have liked to see that while she was head of the child protection unit, there were so many convictions, or there were so many significant measurable improvements in child protection, because we know that is a significant problem with our young people today, and the fact that the problem remains. And I would have preferred to hear or read or be informed of what measurable things she did. Madam Speaker, as I say, based on what we have here, she is qualified. She has been recommended by the Police Service Commission, and therefore we support her nomination.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very warmly, Madam Speaker. The Member of Parliament spoke relatively lengthily, but added nothing that requires any response, and in those circumstances, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the notification of the President of the nomination by the Police Service Commission of Ms. Natasha George to the Office of Deputy Commissioner of Police be approved. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Honourable members, I believe now will be a convenient time to take the suspension, and therefore I have consulted with the whip and also with the Leader of the House. There's concurrence. Therefore, I now suspend this sitting for half an hour. We will resume at 4:50. At 4:50. Honourable members, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the House adjourned on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Judicial and Legal Service Act, Chapter 601, the Prison Service Act, Chapter 1302, the Defence Act, Chapter 1401, the Police Service Act, Chapter 1501, the Civil Service Act, Chapter 2301, the Fire Service Act, Chapter 3550, and the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201. to provide a regulatory framework for polygraph and drug testing and biometric identification for members of the protective services and certain officers in the judicial and legal service and the civil service, and for other related matters, be now read a second time. The members who have contributed to this debate thus far are as follows. The Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, MP, Member for Laventille West, Mr. Saddam Hussein, MP, Member for Barataria San Juan, Honorable Stuart Young, MP, Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, Mr. Rodney Charles, MP, Member for Naparima, Honorable Keith Scotland, MP, Member for Port of Spain South, who has 7 minutes of original speaking time remaining. The member for Port of Spain South. And member, might I ask, as you have 7 minutes of original speaking time remaining, you're also entitled to 15 minutes extended time. Do you intend to take that?
Yes, please, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you very kindly.
Yes.
I am
So you may
obliged.
proceed. I won't stop you.
Thank you,
Yes.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the key to this bill is the concept of the regulatory framework. In other words, Madam Speaker, all fares ought to be allayed because it is not a carte blanche power given to persons that will allow them to do lie detecting, drug testing, collection of biometric information. What it provides, Madam Speaker, it provides a regulatory framework for that to be done. And what that will do, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that critical members of the protective services and certain offices in the judicial and legal service and civil service and financial intelligence unit bear some scrutiny with respect to these inquiries to ensure the integrity of these important office holders. That, Madam Speaker, in my respectful view, is one of the keys to this bill. The objectives of this bill are to bolster national security efforts. The first casualty of this will be, Madam Speaker, crime. Because if this is implemented, it will help to reduce crime, to identify rogue elements in the protective services and government departments, and to tackle corruption head on and create public confidence in this country and our systems. Madam Speaker, we cannot underestimate the significance of the public having confidence in our institutions that are there to protect them, Madam Speaker. And that being said, I would like to provide this country, Madam Speaker, through you, with some empirical data that will show the requirement for this public confidence. Madam Speaker, on the 13th of December 2023, the first report of the Joint Select Committee on National Security, the fourth session of the 12th Parliament, was presented to this Parliament. And it was an inquiry into the criminal justice system, trying to elucidate and trying to find methods of reducing crime. And very critical information came out of that. And Madam Speaker, let me, I'm not at all singling out the police service, but the data collected, some of it emanated from the police service. And Madam Speaker, you would be surprised to note that the public confidence in the police's ability to address crime was down. And in fact, 37.6% of those who were interviewed said that they were very dissatisfied. And in fact, Madam Speaker, only 10% indicated a feeling of satisfaction, of confidence. We are here not to denigrate, but we are here to try to bolster, to try to improve the morale of these servicemen, these people who dedicate their lives to the country. And one of the ways of instilling public confidence in these institutions is to ensure the public that persons who hold these high positions, these sensitive positions, are and have been subjected to the highest scrutiny. That in and of itself, Madam Speaker, must inspire public confidence. And it is not to be used as a sword, but it is to be used as a shield in order to ensure that the persons who occupy these sensitive offices are of the highest integrity. Madam Speaker, I ask rhetorically, what can be wrong then with such a process? A process that will ensure that the public will know that there are checks and balances in place for these persons, for these office holders, as they go about their day-to-day functions. That must inspire in all the institutions that I have mentioned some form of greater confidence in these office holders. It will go across the board. It will go to the protective services. It will redound to the benefit of the judicial and legal service. It will redound to the benefit of the civil service and the financial intelligence unit of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is why this bill is so critical at this time. It is not enough, and the government realizes on this side that it's not enough for us just to sit and talk and have plans, but we must now be proactive. And this is a weapon in the arsenal of proactiveness as it relates to the combating of crime and as it relates to inspiring confidence of the public in our critical institutions in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, there are built-in protective measures in this bill. The President will be empowered to make the regulations, subject, of course, to the affirmative resolution of Parliament. And these regulations will be for the conduct of the test on and the collection of biometric information of an officer and a person applying for appointment to an office in any specified section or department. The storage and the maintenance and disclosure and destruction of these results will also be subject to these regulations. These regulations are then subject to the affirmative resolution of the Parliament. So you see, Madam Speaker, it is not as if we are just saying the rights are being infringed, because they are, because some of the measures are intrusive, and therefore they may and they do infringe on Section 4 and 5 of the constitutional rights guaranteed in the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, but there are checks and balances. I now would like, Madam Speaker, to address the benefits of this bill. It is my respectful view that the passage of this bill could produce, Madam Speaker, several benefits in the fight not just against crime, but the fight to bring public confidence and awareness in Trinidad and Tobago. By giving the relevant authorities the ability to conduct polygraph, lie detection, drug tests, as well as collecting biometric information, law enforcement agencies can enhance their screening process for officers. So, Madam Speaker, let me now go and be relevant. About 2 to 3 weeks ago, there was an exercise of recruitment in the police service. There was a call for persons who had information as it relates to those applicants. Madam Speaker, with this now in place, there will be a built-in process that will guide the process of recruitment. We have just gone through an exercise of confirming very high officers in the police service. Madam Speaker, this bill will create an atmosphere that will not allow the Honourable Member for Naparima to say, well, he doesn't know, because there will be already prerequisites, Madam Speaker, testing that would have been done and conducted to these officers, so there will be no reason to cast aspersions or to be speaking about Dwens and Lajables. When these things are in place, there will be objective criteria used in the processes in these appointments. 2, it will ensure that only those individuals of the highest integrity are in sensitive positions in this country. Madam Speaker, this country deserves the best, and it deserves the best processes. And if the honorable members on the other side are serious, if they have learned from their mistake, if they are contrite about Rishma and others like that, they will support this bill and show the country that they are now supporting a process that allows for greater scrutiny of persons applying to be in the highest offices or in sensitive positions in Trinidad and Tobago. 3, it allows law enforcement to more effectively combat white-collar crime. Madam Speaker, white-collar crime is likened to a cancer. It's there, but to combat it, you need specialist tools. It is not a normal situation, Madam Speaker, where if you go into court, you make a submission, you lie, he lies, she lies. That is not white-collar crime. It is technical. And for that, we need technical tools in order to combat white-collar crime. This is one of the tools that can be used to combat white-collar crime in Trinidad and Tobago. And on that point, Madam Speaker, I ask to note through you that white-collar crime is transnational. It doesn't start and end in Trinidad and Tobago. It is international, and therefore it is important that the government and the law enforcement agencies of Trinidad and Tobago are given all the tools that are required in order to combat white-collar crimes. Also, the overall bill, if supported by the honourable members on the other side and passed, would significantly strengthen the country's crime prevention strategies and contribute to a safer Trinidad and Tobago. How does it contribute to a safer Trinidad and Tobago? Madam Speaker, if persons in sensitive positions have been checked, have gone through the rigors of these tests that the bill is seeking to have passed and be brought into law, we would be assured that they're the persons of the highest integrity. It means, therefore, Madam Speaker, that the public will have the knowledge that these persons are of the highest integrity. It will mean, therefore, that they will have more confidence to come forward and communicate information, because information is the key to solving crime. And solving crime creates a safer Trinidad and Tobago. So it is all linked. What it shows is that the government in Trinidad and Tobago, we have a plan. We need the support, because this bill needs a majority, a special majority, to be passed. Having made the argument of the nexus between the results that this bill may bring if passed, I would now want to see if the honourable members on the other side would put their vote and put their actions into place to show this country that they are serious about making Trinidad and Tobago a safer place. Madam Speaker, there are ethical issues and accuracy issues that are associated with the proposed bill, and because of this, the robust checks and balances have been put in place, and what it ensures a limited use of the measures in this bill. Madam Speaker, in light of the contemporaneous research, who can deny the importance of Clause 29A1 of this bill, which gives the Commissioner of Prisons and the Commissioner of Police the power to collect biometric data for the purpose of integrity testing, where a person is killed due to the discharge of a firearm by a law officer or the use of physical force by an officer of a person killed whilst in the lawful execution of their duty or whilst detained or in custody. So I want to pause here, Madam Speaker. What this allows is there's a situation, there's a prisoner who is in custody, and something goes awry. Either the prisoner could either have been in prison or in police custody. In those circumstances, apart from cameras, which may or may not exist, you have this ability now put in the hands of the Commissioner of Prisons or the Commissioner of Police that will allow them to conduct integrity testing with respect to a law officer who was engaged or who was involved with that prisoner during the event. Or a civilian is killed with the discharge of a firearm. Madam Speaker, this will go a long way in coroner's inquests. It may even shorten the length of time a coroner's inquest takes in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I know as you warned at the hat, you know how long a coroner's inquest will take, 3 to 4 to 5 years. If the information is there and the evidence is cogent and compelling, it will truncate the need for a drawn-out inquest and bring the matter to an end. What does that do? It gives the officer, who may or may not be innocent, he has a presumption of innocence, some solace that the matter will be dealt with quickly and with not subjective, but an objective criteria. But it also gives the families who may be clamoring for justice, clamoring maybe just for the information. It will give them the clarity of closure if all proves well with the testing that goes on there. Madam Speaker, we understand what happens in this society. Why then isn't this bill receiving the support that it ought to? Why isn't it not receiving the support that it ought to? The bill is very, very relevant. It is relevant because it will bring a sense of objectivity in sensitive areas of inquiry. Persons coming to harm whilst in the custody of the state. Persons coming to harm by the discharge of a firearm by an officer. Apart from all the other measures implemented by the government, this measure will put and bring to the fore, Madam Speaker, a concept of objectivity, a concept of transparency to these situations, and I commend the bill for the support of the others. Madam Speaker, this bill is about strengthening and developing our national institutions and our critical institutions involved in the administration of justice. It seeks to address instances of corruption or perceived corruption in these institutions. When we can boast and say that coming from a process of thorough scrutiny, these are the persons who are in charge of these institutions, that, Madam Speaker, is not a wasteful boast, but it is something that must inspire the confidence in these institutions. The government is committed to stopping corrupt practices in its track, especially within the protective services. There will be no snickering behind back to say, oh, look at what is going on there. Because there will be objective criteria, there will be biometric testing, there will be lie testing, there will be eye detection. Madam Speaker, there would be policies and processes in place that will ensure the integrity of these office holders. The bill will produce behavioral and psychological change in the office holders, because if...
Honourable Member, you have 3 more minutes of full speaking time left.
Full?
Yes, 3.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It will bring a behavioral change, and not just physical, psychological change. Madam Speaker, when the citizens assess what is going on in this country, I submit that without serious jurisprudential objection, that this bill passes the de Freitas test. And what it does is that it enunciates that fundamental rights can be interfered with if this interference is proportionate. Madam Speaker, this interference, in my respectful view, is very proportionate, particularly if you use the objective test. And the objective is important enough to justify the limiting of fundamental rights and striking a fair balance between individual rights and the interests of the community and the country as a whole. The objectives of this bill is to bolster national security efforts, to identify any rogue elements that exist in the protective services and the very critical services in Trinidad and Tobago, to promote public confidence and also to assist in crime fighting. The gauntlet has been laid down by the government. It is now to see if the members, the honorable members on the other side, let us see what they will do, Madam Speaker. In this regard, I lend my wholehearted support to this bill and the efforts in order to ensure that this bill is passed and we subject critical office holders to the highest scrutiny in this country. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to contribute on this bill. And Madam Speaker, I would thank my colleague, the member for Port of Spain South, for his contribution. Madam Speaker, so we are here today to debate the Miscellaneous Provisions Testing and Identification Bill of 2021, which was introduced into this House by the Honorable AG and Minister of Legal Affairs on the 14th of January 2022. And we are now in February of 2024, Madam Speaker, and this bill is still being debated. Of note of what my friend, the member for Port of Spain South, has said, mainly is that what I took from his contribution was that this bill infringes on the Constitution. And that is the major point here, Madam Speaker. It infringes on the Constitution. And part of his argument was that there are built-in checks and balances for the bill having infringing on the Constitution. And it would attack white-collar crime, and persons in Trinidad and Tobago would be safer. And due to the fact that persons could now be lie tested, we would have persons of the highest integrity in vital positions in Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Speaker, he also went on to say that there are many issues with regards to these tests and with regards to their accuracy. But yet he is saying that we would be safer if persons were subjected to these tests as against the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Madam Speaker, I would deal with his statements as I go along my contribution. And Madam Speaker, of note, I would like to state that the fact that we are in 2024 and this bill was first laid in this House in 2022. So the government is not serious about passing this bill, right? If they were, it would be passed already. They have the majority here. And, the debate would have continued on this bill. It needs a special majority, I'm sorry. So, Madam Speaker, perhaps in 2025 we would still be here debating this bill for a third consecutive year. And during this time, Madam Speaker, we have runaway crime in Trinidad and Tobago, and at every parliamentary sitting, this bill continues to appear on our order paper. I would ask the members on the other side to follow the lead of Kamala Prasad-Bisesa and to hold crime talks with the public in Trinidad and Tobago. Listen to what people have to say, and that would be a more effective way of fighting crime here in Trinidad and Tobago and a more productive use of time here, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to amend several seven different pieces of legislation: the Judicial and Legal Service Act, the Prison Service Act, the Defense Act, the Police Service Act, the Civil Service Act, the Fire Service Act, and the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act. So, Madam Speaker, it's quite an extensive suite of legislation it intends to amend, and this bill requires serious scrutiny by those on this side. Having said that, I'd like to commend the member for Barataria as well as the member for Naparima on their past contributions at a previous date, Madam Speaker, and I support everything that they had said. And Madam Speaker, the core of this legislation is really the balance between the state and its citizens, Madam Speaker. That is basically what this legislation is about. And this bill, Madam Speaker, is asking us to take from citizens and give it to the state, give power to the state, Madam Speaker. And thousands upon thousands of public servants would be affected by this bill were to come into legislation, Madam Speaker. And what do I mean by we are giving power to the state and taking it from the citizens, Madam Speaker? And I'm referring to the rights that every one of us enjoys as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago because of the Constitution that we live under, Madam Speaker. The Constitution which we on this side are being asked to protect, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this bill, it seeks to provide a regulatory framework for the conduct of polygraph or lie detecting testing, as well as drug testing in the public service, as well as the collection of biometric data. And it would affect many persons, Madam Speaker, members of the protective services, members of the judicial and legal service, members of the civil service, as well as members of the FIU. And Madam Speaker, many of these persons, when they would have taken up their jobs at these various institutions, would have done so not knowing that they would be subjected to these conditions upon their tenure, Madam Speaker. And quite interestingly, Madam Speaker, as the last member said, this bill is inconsistent with sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution. And because of that, Madam Speaker, it requires a special majority of 3/5 of the members for this bill to come into legislation. And once passed, it'll be fixed for proclamation by the President, Madam Speaker. So they need us to support this bill. But, Madam Speaker, no one on that side has made a compelling argument as to why we should support this bill. It's a flawed piece of legislation. And as I go into my contribution, I'll explain what I mean by that. The Minister of National Security, in his contribution, said that it was being done in the United States, Madam Speaker. But if we were to do everything that the United States currently do, we would have no need for FULs in Trinidad and Tobago. Everyone would be able to buy a gun as much as they wanted, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the key features of this bill would be to confer an express power on certain office holders in order for an officer or a law officer to submit a polygraph testing or a lie detecting test or a drug test. And they are asking for this power to be given to certain heads of department, namely the Customs and Excise Division, the Immigration Division, BIR, as well as the Department of the Judicial and Legal Services Commission. So we are asking that the Commissioner of Police, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Commissioner, the Chief Fire Officer, as well as the head of the FIU, be conferred these powers, Madam Speaker. And the crux of the matter is that this would somehow increase integrity within these services. And they seek, Madam Speaker, they would like for persons to be tested in any intelligence or counterintelligence functions where top secret information, confidential or sensitive information is stored. And I will get to that in much more detail later on, as well as persons involved in the investigation of an economic loss, embezzlement, or some sort of money laundering issue, as well as persons that have access to property information and files where they suspect there's a reasonable suspicion that the officer was involved in a serious incident under investigation. And I'd like you to make note of that phrase, Madam Speaker, reasonable suspicion. And I would come back to that much later on, because that is a benchmark that we are asking lay persons without legal training to assess, Madam Speaker. As an attorney at law, you would understand where I would be going with that. Madam Speaker, there's also the provision for reasonable suspicion that the officer is suspected or involved in misconduct in relation to an ongoing serious criminal offense, Madam Speaker, as well as the duties performed by persons involved with top secret, confidential, or sensitive information. So, Madam Speaker, these persons would be asked to submit a lie detector test just because they work in these various departments. And, Madam Speaker, the last contributor spoke of checks and balances. But, Madam Speaker, could you imagine the level of victimization that could happen under these circumstances? Should there be a breach of some sort of state secret, Madam Speaker, the head of this department could basically implement these powers on the entire department. There's no checks and balances. Basically, anyone can be submitted to a lie detector test. Madam Speaker, when I was in St. Mary's College, as some on the other side were, as well as the chief whip on this side, if one class made too much noise, the entire class got strokes. The entire class, and it was very unfair. For very quiet persons like myself, it was very, very unfair. So Peter will pay for Paul, and Paul will pay for all. And Madam Speaker, I take great objection with the fact that persons would be subjected just because a head of department said so, and not because of a judge, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we are allowing the state to order employees to submit to drug testing, lie detector testing, as well as to submit their biometric data. And, we have no idea what this biometric data involves. Is it a hair sample? Is it a blood sample, a nail sample, a urine sample, a fingerprinting, eye mapping? What is it? And so we are asked to debate about something that we have no idea what we are debating, into the level of complexity in which the state may go into these tests, Madam Speaker, as is done in other countries, Madam Speaker. So this bill, it also provides for the interpretation of the following terms: confidential or sensitive information that may cause damage to national security, the fact that a law officer includes an attorney at law, so attorney at law that's contracted by the state in these different departments could be subjected to these tests, Madam Speaker. They're asking us to vote on that. An officer being a consultant or an expert on contract, as well as they gave a definition of what is secret information, information that may cause serious damage to national security. So, Madam Speaker, the bill, they went on to say, would be empower the President to make these regulations subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. And as I said, I'm talking blindly here because I have no idea what these tests, what these various tests would entail, and how detailed and how invasive, Madam Speaker, invasive, please remember that word, invasive, that these tests may be. So, Madam Speaker, they said also that these tests would be treated as confidential unless requested under the under the Freedom of Information Act. And, Madam Speaker, nothing is really safe when we are speaking about persons' private information about their bodies, Madam Speaker. We have recently seen a hacker get the Prime Minister's driver's license and being able to post it on the web, as well as thousands or hundreds of thousands of other persons, Madam Speaker. So information is not really safe. I mean, how is it going to be stored? Is it a hard copy? Could it get burned? Could it get stolen? Is it digital? Could the hacker access it? We had an issue where the hacker accessed the files of the Southwest Regional Health Authority and was asking the authority to pay back for those files. Patient information, Madam Speaker. And, I have serious reservations about some of the things that this bill is asking us to do. So, Madam Speaker, to begin with, this bill is asking us for the second highest threshold in terms of a parliamentary vote, Madam Speaker, where they're asking us for 3/5 majority. And the question must be asked, and I'm asking the question, is it reasonable to these state employees that we support this bill? Because at the end of the day, it's not myself that will be tested, it's these persons that are currently working in their jobs in these state institutions, Madam Speaker. And we are officers of the highest court of this land. This is the People's Court, Madam Speaker. And we have a responsibility to safeguard these citizens of this country from very, very bad legislation. And Madam Speaker, you know, this is the other side's, the PNM side, I would like to say gimmick, latest gimmick to fight crime, Madam Speaker, if I could say that word. Whatever happened to the CARICOM symposium that crime is a public health concern and the amount of money we spent on that? There was a committee that was formed. The committee should have gotten back to us by now, or have they succumbed to crime? Madam Speaker.
Can I ask you to
I will withdraw that, Madam Speaker, sorry.
So withdraw it, and if you wish, find another way.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Please.
I withdraw that. So, Madam Speaker, you know, they have done many initiatives to combat crime, this being one of them, and none of them have borne fruit, including the crime as a public health concern, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, we must look at the fact that, is this legislation fair? Is it proportional, Madam Speaker? And most importantly, is it in the best interests of citizens of this country? And again, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my political leader for her very successful crime symposiums. We had two already, the anti-crime workshops, one being held at La Jolla, the other being held at Naparima Boys, and we have another plan for the Chaguanas Borough Corporation coming this Monday. And Madam Speaker, people are crying out. They need some results with regards to crime. And this particular piece of legislation would not solve crime as we see it here in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. For the life of me, I cannot understand why they are saying you can lie detector test somebody to be able to determine their integrity. And nothing could be further from the truth. So, Madam Speaker, I had three major issues with this bill. The first red flag is that the bill has asked us to go against the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, the very Constitution that our forefathers have written in certain rights for every citizen of this land, Madam Speaker. Secondly, is what this bill is asking, is it even legal? Is it even legal, Madam Speaker? And we will examine the literature as we go along, Madam Speaker. And thirdly, how accurate and how confidential are some of these tests that they are asking to impose upon the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago? You know, Madam Speaker, as I said before, this would impact thousands of state employees that took up their tenure or signed their contracts without the knowledge that this would be imposed upon them, Madam Speaker. And to me, that's a great travesty. And it's the duty of the opposition, Madam Speaker, a very patriotic opposition, with pride, Madam Speaker, to fight for these citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and we will continue to perform that duty. So, Madam Speaker, with regards to the bill being inconsistent with sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution, and on December the 10th of 2023, Madam Speaker, the United Nations commemorated the 75th anniversary on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And as Trinidad and Tobago is a member of the UN, several of these basic rights have been enshrined here within the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. And this bill from the outset is in breach of sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution. And the Minister outlined the various enshrined constitutional rights which this bill will infringe upon and be inconsistent with, those being, Madam Speaker, the protection to the right of privacy, and we will delve more into that as I go along, as well as the right for equal treatment from a public authority, Madam Speaker. That's a second right. And Section 5(2)(d), which is the right against self-incrimination, Madam Speaker. These are all rights that we have as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, which is a legal and law-abiding country. And Madam Speaker, the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago is the supreme law. It's the supreme law. And any law that is inconsistent with this Constitution is deemed to be void to the extent that of its inconsistency, Madam Speaker. And some of those rights that we enjoy, and I'm allowing the Minister of National Security, I'm asking him if he's going to infringe upon any of these other rights in future legislation. The right to life and liberty, the right not to be deprived thereof of due process of law. And as I will go in further on, this may infringe upon the due process of law. I will get into that a little later. The right to equality before the law, the protection of the law, the right for respect for private and family life, the right for equal treatment from state institutions, Section 4(d). Madam Speaker, another right we have is the right for the expression of political views and the right to join a political party. Right? I could join the UNC if I want. Madam Speaker, that's my right. Madam Speaker, the right to education. You have the right to provide a school of your own choice for your child. The right for freedom of movement. The right for freedom of religion and religious belief and observance, Madam Speaker. The right to freedom of expression and thought. And the right for freedom of assembly and association. And of course, the right of freedom of press, Madam Speaker. So these are some of the rights that we have in place in our Constitution, Madam Speaker. And you would have to pass a very, very, very high threshold for myself as well as those on this side to be able to say that we would like to infringe on those rights, Madam Speaker, because, I had a past teacher in St. Mary's, and he would say, be careful of your slip, it might become a slide, Madam Speaker. So let's hope we don't slip and it becomes a slide here, Madam Speaker. Mr. McLeod from St. Mary's, the Spanish teacher, he used to say that. So, Madam Speaker, with regards to, firstly, the legality of workplace drug tests, to begin with, can we legislate taking blood and hair samples from a state official that is currently doing their job, be it in a sensitive state apparatus or not? And, Madam Speaker, all program workplace drug testing must operate within certain legal constraints. And this is so across the world, Madam Speaker. And not all testing regimes are legally permissible, right? Now, there's a distinction to be made between pre-employment and post-employment drug testing. And that's a very, very important distinction that the Minister of National Security did not highlight here. Within government agencies and private businesses, they are freer legally to test potential employees for drug use than they are to test those that are already employed, Madam Speaker. That is a legal precedent. And the public-private distinction is important, Madam Speaker, because drug testing involves taking material from the body of a person that is not normally exposed to the public, to public scrutiny, and thus, Madam Speaker, it is considered a search. So when you take a blood sample or a hair sample from someone, that is in legal terms considered a search, and you are violating a person's right of privacy in doing so, Madam Speaker. And this is for persons that are already employed. So there's a distinction to be made between pre-employment testing and post-employment testing, Madam Speaker. And our Constitution, Madam Speaker, prohibits unreasonable searches and seizures by government agents, and they are subject to certain exceptions pursuant to a warrant upon showing probable cause. And Madam Speaker, what would be the probable cause in these situations? So we're saying that the head of a department would be able to demand these tests upon a state employee upon reasonable suspicion. And Madam Speaker, I am not a lawyer, but I may be in the future. But I have an LLB. And what I have learned is that you have to reach a threshold for reasonable suspicion, Madam Speaker. And that is based on legal precedent as well as case law and common law, Madam Speaker. So how can a head of department, be it a lay person that may not have a law degree, that may not be an attorney at law, be able to assess that? And Madam Speaker, you yourself as an attorney at law would understand it takes a certain level of knowledge to be able to know what is reasonable suspicion. There's a threshold, there's a line. Below the line, it's legal, and above the line, it's not. Madam Speaker, it's almost like I am presenting to you a radiograph of someone's teeth and saying, should we do a root canal? Should we? And say, let's do the root canal, or let's not. And it has nothing to do with you as a person. It's about your knowledge. It's about your skill set, Madam Speaker. So we are asking these heads of department to make a legal decision, right? And it's a very serious legal decision, Madam Speaker, because as I just said, workplace drug testing without suspicion obviously fails to satisfy the warrant and probable cause requirements, Madam Speaker. And thus, what are the interests of these searches achieving with its, by the fact that it's so intrusive, Madam Speaker, and it's unreasonable? The Minister, Madam Speaker, as I said before, has not indicated if among these tests we would have, if it would be a monitored urine test, how extensive these blood tests would be, what they're testing for, how would they store these data, who would be doing the tests, how qualified do we need these persons to be, would we be doing oral swab tests, would we be doing hair follicle tests? You know, we have no clue. We have no clue. They're asking us to sign a blank check here, Madam Speaker, right? And it's infringing on persons' rights. So, Madam Speaker, any citizen of Trinidad and Tobago that works in a state company, I mean, not even a state company, they could be a private person as well, they must enjoy their right of privacy. Employees have the right of privacy and should not be subjected to unreasonable searches or invasions of privacy, Madam Speaker. And in most cases around the world that have instituted blood testing, you must have a valid reason for the drug testing, right? Is there a suspicion of drug use? You cannot conduct tests without reasonable cause, Madam Speaker, right? What is the nexus? What you're just going to test people just so? Everyone? Madam Speaker, as well as fairness, secondly, fairness. Employees have the right for fair treatment, right? Employers, being the state, should also ensure that the testing process is accurate and reliable. And they have spoken nothing about these tests. We have no idea which are the labs that would be conducting these tests, as well as would persons have an ability to conduct an appeal against a positive result. Where many tests are inaccurate. Would a person be able to ask for an appeal, Madam Speaker? That's a very important objection as well as due process, Madam Speaker. Employees have a right for due process and should be informed of their employer's drug testing policy and the consequences of an...
Honourable Member for Caroni East, you have 3 more minutes of original time left. You're entitled to 15 minutes extended time to wind up if you wish. So you'll be taking the 15?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would need more than 15. Madam Speaker, so employees need to have an idea, they need to have an idea of what their employer's drug testing policy is and the consequences of a positive drug test. And we must take into consideration that we are changing the terms of employment of these state employees while they are still in their jobs, Madam Speaker. That is what they are asking. And Madam Speaker, the question would have to be asked, would they have started on that particular career path knowing that they could be subjected to these tests? And that is what we have to evaluate. Madam Speaker, there's also the right of confidentiality, as well as the right for their information to be private, right? Nothing has been said of how we are going to secure their private information, Madam Speaker, and the fact that they may only be shared with authorized personnel, Madam Speaker. Another major issue we have to be concerned about is notice, Madam Speaker. Employees have a right of notice to be informed of their employer's drug testing policy in advance, Madam Speaker. In many cases around the world, employers have to give a written notice 1 week in advance of a drug test, Madam Speaker. And nothing in this legislation says anything about that, Madam Speaker. So we have no reference to any notice here. So, Madam Speaker, the Minister of National Security should at some point state what is the purpose, what is the major purpose of these measures that they wish to implement. And to say that it is to maintain integrity is farcical, Madam Speaker. It is truly farcical. Promotions to vital positions should be on merit, not on party affiliation, across the board, Madam Speaker. And that is how you would get integrity at the highest levels. Right, Madam Speaker? They also have not defined the scope of these tests and how many tests somebody would have to undergo. They're saying you have to submit yourself to tests. So after you submit yourself to one blood test and they come back and they say you have to do a next blood test, and then they come back and they say you have to do a next blood test, Madam Speaker, what is the scope of these tests? And under what circumstances they would be conducted? What are the testing methods? What are the types of drugs that they would be testing for? What are the cutoff levels for positive results, test results? Madam Speaker, we know nothing of that, and we're asking to vote on this. Madam Speaker, it goes down, it's simply an issue of employee rights. The legality of this bill is all about employee rights, the right to privacy, the right to fair treatment, the right to due process, the right to confidentiality, the right for notice, as well as we have nothing about consequences. The Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs said, they would not be subject to criminal proceedings. I think that's what he said. I'm not sure if I'm misquoting. But what are the consequences of a positive test? How would that impact someone's career in these jobs, Madam Speaker, that they entered without even knowing that they would be subjected to these? Are we instituting any employee assistance or rehabilitation programs to assist these persons should they test positive for marijuana? Is that one of the tests, Madam Speaker? Because marijuana is apparently legal in Trinidad and Tobago right now. So, it's very confusing. It's confusing to me, right? If someone tests positive, what is the disciplinary action that would be initiated, Madam Speaker? Suspension, termination, demotion. Would that person lose their job? Would they be able to continue working in the position that they are in? A safety-sensitive position, or would they have difficulty in finding employment across the government sector now? Would this information be shared among all state agencies, Madam Speaker? We have the issue of criminal charges. What if someone tests positive for cocaine? What if someone tests positive for cocaine? What are you going to do then, Madam Speaker? Persons are liable, obviously, to lose benefits. Many persons would lose their retirement benefits, their insurance benefits. Would employers be able to initiate legal action against these persons, Madam Speaker? So there are many, many issues that the minister did not delve into, and he's asking for us on this side to vote with him, right? And he came, with basically the exact same opening that he did the year prior, Madam Speaker. Secondly, Madam Speaker, with regard to the accuracy of drug testing, and Madam Speaker, the reliability of drug testing techniques has been noted by many courts around the world. And by far the most common illicit drug that's tested for is marijuana. And what I have learned in the literature, Madam Speaker, is that this provides almost no deterrent value when you drug test someone in the workplace, whether it's a drug testing program or whether it's a drug consumption program, Madam Speaker. So arbitrators are, in many instances around the world, have struck down drug testing programs on grounds that the tests, Madam Speaker, were not accurate, on grounds that the test was not within the employer's prerogative to test for, Madam Speaker. And that's where I'm getting at. We have no idea what they're asking to test for, as well as the lack of evidence of a workplace drug program. Many of these cases have been struck down because if a person has no indication of prior drug use, why are you drug testing them, Madam Speaker? And that goes back to the issue of victimization. So many of these policies that they are asking for here are ethically wrong, Madam Speaker, ethically wrong. Just on a whim, you're going to test somebody and they have no indication they may have drug use or drug history, and you're just going to subject them to drug tests. As I said before, Madam Speaker, pre-employment screening is allowed, but not post-employment in many, many cases in many countries around the world where no job-related nexus can be shown. And Madam Speaker, it is wrong to invade the privacy of many just to screen a few. It is wrong, Madam Speaker. We don't do that. So, Madam Speaker, drug testing must be done in a reasonable and in a non-discriminatory manner. And it must be based on a legitimate need. And it must be conducted with respect to the privacy and the constitutional rights of these workers in our state institutions, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, there's been a lot of changes over the last few years, with regards to the perspective of many drugs. And one of those, obviously, is marijuana. And, nothing was said if someone tests positive for marijuana. What if someone tests positive for marijuana? And they have access to private and secure and top secret information, right? What will be the consequences then? So, Madam Speaker, moving on, with regards to the legality of polygraph testing, and my friend, the member for Barataria, he spoke about cases within our Commonwealth jurisdiction and the UK case law, Madam Speaker. But since the Minister of National Security has quoted the US in so many instances, the FBI and whatnot, I will quote some US law for him. And the Supreme Court, which is the highest court in the United States, has issued guidance on whether a polygraph test could be admitted as evidence. In the 1993 case of Dorbert versus Merrill Dow Pharmaceuticals, the justices said that the rules of evidence as the standard for admitting expert testimony in a trial is left up to local judges, and in many cases, they have struck down the legality of polygraph testing, Madam Speaker. So the minister is coming here saying that this is his savior to do polygraph testing, Madam Speaker, because the US does it. And the US is saying it's not admissible in court. In fact, Madam Speaker, in the US military, across all branches of the military, they have banned polygraph testing altogether. And I asked the Minister of National Security to go and check on that. Right, Madam Speaker? In the United States, we also have the Employee Polygraph Protection Act, Madam Speaker. And in 1988, the US federal government stepped in and banned all private employers from using polygraphs as a means of hiring persons in the United States. That is how serious they were about this test, Madam Speaker. So the Employee Polygraph Protection Act does not allow employers to use a polygraph test with regards to hiring positions in new positions, Madam Speaker. And the tests can only be done when investigating a theft or crime, but only after written notice in the federal government, Madam Speaker. In the federal government. So if you have passed the reasonable suspicion that they suspect you of a theft or crime, only after written notice you can submit yourself for a polygraph test, Madam Speaker. Not what we have here. That is not what is before us right now. In regards to the accuracy, Madam Speaker, of polygraph testing, it has been widely criticized. Widely criticized. And that is because, Madam Speaker, according to the literature, what they are saying is that as human beings, we tend to lie. And as we get older, we become habitual liars. And our brain becomes desensitized to lying, Madam Speaker. So the American Psychological Association has issued a statement stating that polygraph testing is inaccurate. And Madam Speaker, what they went on to say is that an honest person may be nervous when answering truthfully, and a dishonest person may be non-anxious. And what they are saying is that these polygraph tests are not accurate. So if the American Psychological Association is saying polygraph testing is not accurate, why are we using it here to test for integrity, Madam Speaker? Why is that before us? Right? What this association has said, Madam Speaker, is that due to fear, rage, embarrassment, and having been asked a personal question, even the tone of the examiner's voice can all cause the exact same reaction that the polygraph examiner would brand as a lie. So, Madam Speaker, there's no accuracy in this test whatsoever. Right? Moving on, Madam Speaker. And most importantly, for national security, in 2022, the National Research Council of the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine in the United States stated that polygraph testing should not be used to identify personnel who may jeopardize national security. Right? So the National Research Council of the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine has said that they should not use polygraph testing to screen or clear employees or to identify spies, because evidence shows that lie detector work is scanty and significantly scientifically weak, Madam Speaker. And the minister could go and check this as well. Go and check it, please. So they are saying it cannot be used for spy work in order to determine if someone has lied or not. And they went on to say the inherent ambiguity of these measures used in polygraph testing suggests that further investments in improving polygraph technique and interpretation would only bring modest advancements in accuracy, Madam Speaker. Right? So this is the National Research Council of Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine. And Madam Speaker, what are the factors that can influence a polygraph test? Madam Speaker, how much more time do I have?
You have approximately 4 minutes left.
Thank you. I don't have much time. I have a lot more here. I really needed some more time because I'm having to rush as usual. But Madam Speaker, what are the factors that can influence a polygraph test, Madam Speaker? Guilt, right? So you may not necessarily be lying, Madam Speaker, but because you have guilt of some sort. So polygraph testing is more of a deception detector. So it picks up on your guilt and when you are feeling nervous, Madam Speaker. And guilt does not necessarily mean that you committed a crime, but guilt may be that you are withholding information from the person that's conducting the polygraph test, as well as certain drugs and medications can affect polygraph testing, Madam Speaker. And these include antihypertensive medication, medication that alters the normal rates of your heart rhythm, Madam Speaker, as well as anti-anxiety medications that alter your emotional state, as well as illegal substances that lowers your blood pressure and heart rate. And Madam Speaker, one of the major concerns about polygraph testing is unprofessional examiners. There was nothing in the bill that stated if these examiners are qualified or have they been certified by an international body, as well as the test environment and how imposing that area may be, as well as if the person themselves may actually be suffering from mental illness of some sort, be it paranoia or delusional disorders, Madam Speaker. Now, with regards to biometric data, Madam Speaker, and I know I'm running out of time, That is an ethical issue, Madam Speaker. That is a totally ethical issue, and it involves individual privacy and self-autonomy within a person, Madam Speaker. And the possession of someone's biometric data, it has a moral issue with regards to that, Madam Speaker, because you basically own that person. You can track that person around the world, Madam Speaker. That person can in no possible way be able to hide from law enforcement. So it's the freedom, Madam Speaker, from Big Brother or intrusive surveillance, and that is what they are trying to impose upon these citizens here, Madam Speaker. So with regards to, there's the issue of identity theft, Madam Speaker. You would be able to take someone's identity because you have all the biometric data about them. It's about the power and the imbalance of power, Madam Speaker, between our government and its citizens. And it must be justified, this bill must be justified in terms of its efficiency and effectiveness with regards to safety and security of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And it must be, Madam Speaker, subject to accountability mechanisms and to guard against misuse, Madam Speaker. So having said that, Madam Speaker, I support everything that the member from Barataria as well as the member from Naparima had said previously on this debate. Our major issues would be with regards to who is this data monitoring, what is reasonable suspicion, and what triggers it, what is the threshold, what are the sanctions, Madam Speaker, if someone is positive with regards to self-incrimination and the fact that you have subjected persons to these tests. Is it proportionate, Madam Speaker? We have no idea about Special Reserve Police officers. Would they be subjected to this? Has the Law Association been consulted? The evidence is not admissible in court. These are all things that the member from Barataria had highlighted, and the fact that these polygraph tests are not reliable and accurate. And Madam Speaker, in no way can these tests test integrity. The only thing that tests integrity is integrity itself, Madam Speaker. And with those few words, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Arima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me say what a pleasure it is to join this debate on the Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2021. And just to address some of the statement made by the previous speaker, the Honourable Member for Caroni East, who indicated that no one has made a compelling argument as to why the opposition should support this bill. But what is also clear is that the Honourable Member himself has made absolutely no recommendations, no suggestions. And I have taken note that there is a practice to simply come and criticize the recommendations of the government. But we would think that an opposition that is claiming that they are going to be government...
Member for Arima, it is now 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Honourable members, we shall now deal with the definite matter of urgent public importance. Member for Couva South.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I move this motion under Standing Order 17 to discuss a matter of urgent public importance, namely the national emergency due to the disastrous oil spill along the coastline of Tobago. Madam Speaker, in 1979, Trinidad and Tobago experienced one of the world's largest ever oil spill or tanker spill in our waters after two tankers collided and discharged approximately 287,000 tons of crude oil. And in 2024, oil or some oil-like substance is spewing in Tobago's waters, and we must take note of the commentary or the concerns of the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, namely Chief Secretary Fali Agustin. And I quote him when he said, Tobago was never, ever ready for this kind of spill. You are talking about an island that does not have sufficient amount of booms, an island that doesn't have storage, adequate storage capacity for this kind of oil or for toxic material. We never prepared for this as an eventuality. And, Madam Speaker, the facts are very clear. It has been established that on the 7th of February, 2024, a mystery vessel began leaking oil-like substance on a reef off the coast of Tobago, namely in the vicinity of the Cove Eco and Industrial Business Park. And the Prime Minister, the member for Degomartin West, today in this very said house, in this very said chamber, stated, and I quote, that the nature of the oil spill and the immediacy of the need for a coordinated approach in containing and, where possible, reversing the effects of the spill led me to declare a national emergency. On Sunday, the 11th of February, 2024, 4 days after the oil-like substance began spewing from this vessel. It is important to take note that this occurred 4 days. And the resulting spill, based on information coming out of the Tobago Emergency Management Agency, TEMA, has indicated that the spill is in the vicinity of approximately 144 kilometers in length and growing, and now is threatening the shores or the shoreline or the coastline of our neighbors, such as Venezuela and Grenada. And there's a sense of anxiety, apprehension, concern within the population of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, because when citizens continue and stakeholders continue to rely on the national newspapers, we have been greeted with headlines such as Tobago oil mystery deepens, tugboat vanishes. Fisherfolk warn of increase in Tobago fish prices after oil spill. IMA warns against selling, eating toxic fish, dead animals found at sites affected by oil spill. And also, a headline, whether there are any facts, cover-up, Fali accuses government of hiding info on oil spill. Oil's threat widened, Grenada on alert for possible Tobago oil spill fallout, and Venezuela ready to offer support if needed. Madam Speaker, it is also important to note that this particular spill has gained the attention of the international press. In the major news networks have carried this spill to the point that BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, has reported on it, its existence and its possible implications for the economy of Tobago and so on. And I was taken aback when one of the international correspondents at CNN, one Max Foster, lamented, and I quote, "The government does not know who owns the vessel, where it came from, or what's even in it." This is the international press coverage that we have been exposed to as a result of this scenario that has unfolded since the 7th of February 2024, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we are on the verge of 10 days into this disaster. And having listened to the member for Diego Martin West, and with all due respect to the office of the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, we are no better informed when the Prime Minister made his statement in this Honorable House, and there is no light at the end of the tunnel. All I can say is that God help the people of Tobago based on the current intervention of the central government of Trinidad and Tobago. But, Madam Speaker, we on this side, we want to take the opportunity to express our sincere thanks and appreciation and commendation to all stakeholders and volunteers who have been involved in the cleanup operation or the salvage operations at this point in time. Because it is very clear that the fisher folk or the fishermen from Scarborough, from Lambo, from Bucco, Blackrock, Mount Irving, Plymouth, amongst other areas, have been impacted upon in terms of their ability to ply their trade and to earn revenue streams or an income. And from a geographical point of view, the Scarborough waterfront, lowlands in and around the Magdalena Beach and Gulf Resort, and I could go on and on in terms of the areas that have been impacted. And it is also important, Madam Speaker, I see the members for Tobago West and Tobago East smiling broadly, but for some reason there have been deafening silence coming from Tobago East and Tobago West as it relates to what has transpired in their geographic domain, if I should use that particular phrase. I thought they would have been first out of the starting blocks. And being part of the volunteer system or the cadre of volunteers to render assistance to the people of Tobago in their hour and in their plight of need, Madam Speaker. But more importantly, too, we must focus on where we are, because the mangroves have been impacted, and they are important from an environmental point of view, and they are important, the mangroves, from the point of view of the assets of Tobago's tourism trust and current existence, and so on, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the opposition has seen the need to bring this motion to this House, and based on your blessings and approval, because there are a number of questions that the government of Trinidad and Tobago has to answer. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, they must not hide under the cloak or under the veil of the Tobago House of Assembly. The central government of this country has a fundamental responsibility to preserve the unitary state of Trinidad and Tobago and in the preservation of the unitary state of Trinidad and Tobago, it must take charge and leadership whenever there is a crisis of national proportion, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I have been hearing pronouncements that the spill is being contained and the spill is being properly managed. But Madam Speaker, I'm a logical thinking man. And if my memory serves me correct this afternoon, the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs, told my colleague, the Chief Whip, the member for Pointe-à-Pierre, that oil is still leaking from the vessel. The vessel has not been plugged. So if you are unable to plug the leak, how could you tell me that the oil spill is being contained and it is being managed, Madam Speaker? That defies logic. And in another place, I would have used the appropriate language. But I cannot use the appropriate language in this August chamber, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the country has had an official national oil spill and contingency plan since 2013. And it was passed by the government led by the member for Superior, Madam Speaker. It speaks of our progressive and visionary thinking in terms of how we handle the affairs of leading a government in the context of our responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Speaker, the reaction in the first few hours determines the success of any containment efforts. And probably in his response, if he's inclined to join the debate, the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs, must tell us through his ministry and tell the population through leadership of his ministry how quickly did this national oil spill contingency plan, how quickly was it activated, and when did this occur, and who was in charge of the incident command team and so on, Madam Speaker, because this is effective communication not only with the people of Tobago, but the entire population of the unitary state of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And in addition to that, to this particular issue, Madam Speaker, the government is duty-bound to tell us, because there's a sense of anxiety, there's a concern, even fear to a lesser extent, because the government, I think the Minister of National Security, I do not know where he is at this point in time, if he's involved in active discussions in trying to locate the owners and where this ship or vessel originated from, Madam Speaker. But the government is duty-bound to tell the population how long has this ghost of phantom vessel been in the waters of Trinidad and Tobago. And in addition to that, whether the ship, when did this vessel run into trouble, and whether it was abandoned by parties connected with it, Madam Speaker. These are the important things because, Madam Speaker, from a national security point of view, it is mind-boggling to know that a vessel could come into the waters of Trinidad and Tobago, and for some amazing or mind-boggling reason or reasons, our intelligence system has failed, our radar system, our surveillance system, and we could go on and on in terms of where we are, Madam Speaker. And as I said, the statement of the Prime Minister in this very said House today did not give me any sense of comfort, and I'm sure it did not provide any sense of comfort to the entire population of Tobago, and they are no better off. And today, we want to tell the government of this country that there is the need for increased collaboration between the central government and the Tobago House of Assembly if we are to arrest this spill, if we are to salvage the economy of Tobago in the interest of our unitary state. And I say this because it has been established that the spill is beyond 144 kilometers and growing in length and its impact. And the government has said, and if I am to quote the Prime Minister very quickly, Madam Speaker, and I quote from his statement, the vessel is as of now still stuck on the reef at Cove, and it continues to pose a major threat as it continues to foul the coastline and surrounding areas. Our major task now is to empty the contents of the vessel in a control operation and neutralize the threat. We are assessing the scope of what is required and seeking the pertinent expertise where we do not have it. 10 days, you're still analyzing. 10 days, you're still the scope and what is being required and so on. Lift the disaster tier to level 3 or tier 3 and get the necessary expertise and competency to deal with the issue, because the oil continues to impact upon the coastline and the threat that it is impacting upon the economy and the environment of Tobago, Madam Speaker. So,
Honourable Member, you have 2 more minutes left of speaking time.
Yes, Madam Speaker. And in addition to that, we want to recommend to the government that under the 1992 Protocol of the International Convention on Civil Liability for Oil Pollution Damage, we want to hear from the government. They must tell us what are the mechanisms, what are the initiatives which will be pursued by the government to hold the owners liable for environmental damage to the Tobago maritime environment and coastline. And in addition to that, there must be a focused collaboration with the International Maritime Organization to find the origin and the owners of this particular vessel. And in addition to that, Madam Speaker, we want to recommend to the government, because the EMA and the IMA, they seem to have gone silent. They need to tell us. 10 days now, they cannot tell us what is in the waters and what is contained in this vessel, Madam Speaker. That speaks of some kind of, I do not want to say incompetence, but it speaks of procrastination. And I think that the line ministers need to step up to the plate and get these 2 institutions communicating with the stakeholders and the population of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, and on the issue of effective communication, the government must get on the ground with the fisher folk, the small businesses, the stakeholders who have been impacted upon by this unfortunate situation, to do the proper assessment so that when the time comes for compensation and to hold those that are liable, the cost implication for the ordinary people would have been costed already. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what we have just seen as a population is a display that we should be thankful that the UNC is not the one that is managing anything associated with this oil spill. Unfortunately, almost every other sentence uttered by the member for Couva South displayed a complete ignorance, a complete lack of understanding, a complete lack of logic, despite his assurance that he's a logical thinker as to how this situation should be handled. Earlier this afternoon, we had the Honorable Prime Minister, the member for Diego Martin West, give us a comprehensive statement as to all of the factual steps that have taken place from the 7th of February, when this disaster first became apparent, to date. And in that record that the Prime Minister put on the table before us, it shows clearly that all of the agencies that are required to work are working, and it has said what has to be done. The first thing that we need to understand is that this vessel was probably overturned somewhere out in international waters. There was absolutely no debris found anywhere near to where the vessel eventually ended up, which is upside down on a reef, unfortunately, in Tobago waters. The Maritime Division, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, other intelligence agencies, including Caribbean Impacts, have been assisting us in tracing and tracking the identity of the owners of these vessels, if such exists, because we are all very aware that there are occasions, unfortunately, in international trade where less than legal activities take place. What we have been able to ascertain, and to put an end to the speculation that is coming, unfortunately, from those on the other side and fueling social media, etc., is that this vessel contained fuel, as at this stage, what the labs have told us, it is likely to be bunker C fuel, which is not crude oil, fortunately, and this bunker C fuel was on its way to Guyana. It seemed to have stopped off in Aruba, which is a source of possible fuel, and the satellite imagery has picked up that this vessel was being towed. In fact, when we got on the ground, Minister Sinanan and myself, because we were the first from central government on the ground, now is a convenient time, Madam Speaker, just to correct the record, even though the Prime Minister's statement is now on the Hansard and officially out there, giving the proper timeline. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries was first alerted to this oil spillage at about 9 a.m. on the 7th of February. Tobago House of Assembly and TEMA have told us that they first became aware by fisherfolk around 7:20 a.m. that same day. Immediately, central government invoked and is utilizing the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan that puts the Ministry of Energy as the lead agency. We have been working. The member asked, how long did it take for that to be implemented? It was immediately implemented. We became aware at 9 a.m. on the 7th of February. By 2 p.m. on the same day, the 7th of February, the permanent secretary, who is the person that is the lead from Ministry of Energy in this instance, it is not the politicians. It has to be the technocrats. It has to be those with the expertise. It has to be those with the technical experience. This is not a photo op session. I see that the UNC think they suddenly have life because they suddenly think that they have something to speak about in the national arena. But all they are displaying to the national arena, thankfully for us on this side, is their complete incompetence and a lack of understanding and a lack of caring, a lack of genuine caring for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So by 2 p.m. on that day, the first meeting had taken place under the chairmanship of the Ministry of Energy, Energy Industries. Another area of ignorance we're seeing here is a complete lack of appreciation and understanding of the Tobago House of Assembly Act, where the THA, for those on the other side, who obviously have not read it, nor the schedules attached to it to see who and what and the THA is responsible for, this came under the direct purview of the THA. So the first set of correspondence you see going from central government to the THA was Minister Sinanan and myself speaking to the Chief Secretary on that same day and immediately offering all of our expertise and assistance to stand by, because it was made very clear by the THA, who have responsibility for this in Tobago, that they were going to manage it and take the lead with TEMA. Unfortunately, there's documentary evidence contemporaneously on the same day, on the next day, that sets out that was the action taken by the THA and TEMA, with the Ministry of Energy, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, the IMA, the EMA, the Ministry of Works and Transport, the Maritime Division, ably supporting the efforts of TEMA and THA. The next day is the 8th of February, and that is when an assessment has to take place. They behave as though you can immediately contain the oil spill, which is still at this time impossible. But when we talk of containment, it is not stopping the oil from going, because the last thing you want to do with a vessel that you're not certain as to the integrity of the vessel that is overturned and outflowing an oil-like substance is to go and interfere with it in some way that it cracks further and there is more oil spillage. So containment in this instance, the experts will tell you, is the use of booms. And you put down booms in places where the science says that the oil will go, and that was employed. Immediately on that day, we got hold of Woodside that had an operator in Tobago, a service provider, Kaizen, and we got their authorization to use the booms that were there in Tobago, and then we started getting more across from Trinidad. The record would reflect the THA, the Chief Secretary, and others are on record for acknowledging that immediately the Ministry of Energy authorized Heritage to not only get personnel across, to get service companies across who can protect, amongst other things, the environment, but also all of the necessary experts who reside in Trinidad and Tobago to get to Tobago to add to the resources. And that took place on Friday, the 9th of February. Minister Sinanan and myself were in Tobago. We met with the Chief Secretary, we met with the head of TEMA, Mr. Alan Stewart. We held discussions with them, continued to give our assurance that they had our full support. By then, resources had begun to arrive. My friends on the other side want to paint this false picture that suddenly someone can wave a magic wand and resources arrive immediately on the scene. It certainly doesn't work that way. In fact, on my way to Parliament today, you could see lined up to go on through the port onto the Carbo Star, you were seeing even more resources being sent across at this stage now. Big tankers to take up the waste product, etc., and to have it safely disposed. All of the resources, I give the people of Trinidad and Tobago the assurance, all of the resources that were available were immediately deployed to Tobago. And the Chief Secretary, THA, and TEMA can bear witness to that. This talk of a cover-up is completely false. The Prime Minister has put that on the record here today. There is absolutely no reason for anyone on this government side to cover up, because the record accurately reflects it, the facts reflect it. After the 9th of February, when Minister Sinan and myself went across physically, again, just to lend support to make sure that our personnel who are on the ground, the Ministry of Energy has had personnel on the ground from the night of the 8th of February, and they remain there now with a rotating team of the highest level of staff who are trained with the expertise to deal with these situations. We went across with the Honorable Prime Minister leading a delegation that included the Chief Secretary on Sunday morning, early on Sunday morning, the 11th. Yesterday, I can tell the country, yesterday I was in Venezuela, and the day before, and we had already begun to have conversations with PDVSA. This is not Venezuelan fuel, the way I'm hearing some on the other side suggesting. Venezuela, Petronas from Petrobras, from Brazil also reached out. Our technical people have been in constant contact with them. BP, Shell, Woodside, and other companies have also added their expertise. So there is no area where central government has not been in the front line assisting to make sure that the resources are there. To take the cheap shots at the members of Parliament for Tobago West and Tobago East, who were there present. The member for Tobago East was there with us on the Sunday at the press conference. There was a joint press conference. I understand that they won't look at TV, because on a Sunday I don't know what it is that they're doing. But there has been a national press conference on the 11th of February where the Prime Minister led, along with the Chief Secretary. Minister Sinanan addressed the community. I addressed the community. Minister Webster Roy was there. TEMA, everyone was there. So whilst they sit here bumping their gums, because that's the only thing that they're good at doing, the rest of us are there working. The rest of us are there working. And we will continue to provide all of the resources that are possible. In fact, before coming here this evening, Madam Speaker, one of the things that I was being briefed on is us getting more international resources. The Ministry of Energy again gave the green light to one of the leading firms in oil spill response. We got a team to Trinidad, flew them across to Tobago within minutes of them landing here. They are there on the ground. I've asked that BP, Shell, they sent across ROVs. I've asked, let us locate who are the people, the experts in the world that can deal with the ship. This is not a simple task. So fortunately, we've boomed off the area, and that is containing it. What you do is you boom around it to direct the oil to one area. But we need to deal with the vessel. Unfortunately, it's been made difficult because whoever is responsible has not come forward. So we still don't have the schematics of the ship. As we said, they are all boiling Gulf Stream. There are 350 plus Gulf Streams that are called that ships that are called Gulf Stream. So we don't have the exact schematics. We have sent divers down to the vessel on at least 3 or 4 occasions, including specialized divers. They have told us due to the currents, due to the rough up and down of the ship, what the conditions that they're facing, the low visibility, etc., there is very little they can do. We are deploying all of the necessary resources and available resources. Fortunately for us, because we are a player in the hydrocarbon industry, globally we have had a number of leading international companies and countries reach out to us. So one of the conversations I had in Venezuela over the last 48 hours is what are the types of resources that they can help us with. But even before I got there, and the trip was not about that, even before I got there, PDVSA was already locked in, their technical people speaking to our technical people at the Ministry of Energy. This is not a situation where you run. I would welcome all of them. In fact, I would gladly get all of them on a flight, all of our friends from the UNC on a flight to Tobago this evening. You're not welcome in Venezuela, that I can assure you. Get on a flight this evening to Tobago and let them swim out to the vessel because they seem to want to tell the country there is something that they can do that is not being done. Let them provide us with some additional support. Let them provide the country with some suggestion that makes sense that is not already being covered because it does not exist, Madam Speaker. The record shows and the facts show that the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan is being followed. All of the resources that can be brought to bear on this unfortunate situation are being brought to bear. Up to this moment, we are still trying to trace the vessel, but we do things properly. So the necessary diplomatic notes have gone out to the various countries, to Panama, to Aruba, to Guyana, to try and assist in tracing and finding out more about it. In the meantime, experts are working on the plan to be able to safely get into the vessel, get the liquid, the remaining liquid that is there out of it, and safely dispose of it. Because the last thing you want to do is in an operation such as that, to go and create an even worse situation where you expedite and you increase the potential oil spill that is taking place. So, Madam Speaker, listening here and understanding the politics, and unfortunately the politics of my friends on the other side, that they're looking for a lifeline, I can assure them and the population this is not their lifeline. They are already sinking. They don't even need a reef to be sinking on. So this is not what is going to propel them somewhere into the political spotlight. So again, as the Prime Minister is assured, as the head of the government and the head of the central government, and as a Tobagonian himself, he has instructed all of us to ensure that every possible resource is provided. You heard the Prime Minister himself address the national community on the 11th of February and state that he now declares this to be a national incident, and even though it wasn't budgeted for, the Ministry of Finance will find the necessary resources for us to be able to pay whatever needs to be paid for us to deal with this. The first thing is containment. That has been happening. Not full containment because it is a very difficult task because of the circumstances, and cleanup. It makes absolutely no sense rushing to do the cleanup in certain areas when the oil is still being spilled upon. But now what you're seeing with the booms and the use of those types of technology is it has not gone much further than the area. The oil streaks that you see going across on the satellite imagery, all of that could have taken place before all of this, because the oil was waiting on no one. But what I can give the national community the assurance of is that this central government has acted responsibly. The leading ministers have been on the ground. Minister Sinanan has been on the ground now on 3 occasions. I have gone twice. The Prime Minister was there. We are in constant contact with the THA and TEMA. And more importantly, forgetting and putting aside the ministers and the politicians, the technical people who are trained, the experts from Heritage, the experts from the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, from Maritime, from all of these various state agencies, have been doing and working assiduously to do what needs to be done. And no resource has been spared, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I assure the population, as we heard from our Prime Minister this afternoon, who took the time to come and give a comprehensive statement that is now on the record, setting out all that has been done, that everything that we can do to deal with this oil spill and disaster, including the utilization of international expertise and assistance, is being done. And we will continue to do so until, hopefully, the situation is brought to an end. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Point of Pear, you have 5 minutes.
After listening to the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, the only thing I'm assured of is that the vessel is still leaking oil as we speak here today, Madam Speaker. Because when I asked this question to the minister earlier, and the presentation of the minister just now for the last 15 minutes, you would have thought that some positive answers the minister would have given here to this afternoon based on this matter of definite urgent, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister in his contribution here now has not, the only thing I heard, he said that the vessel was on its way to Guyana. That's what he said in his presentation, Madam Speaker. So if the minister is aware of this particular vessel on its way with some sort of lubrication or content, how come to Guyana? How come they cannot find the owners of this vessel, Madam Speaker, or even the schematics or the plan and the design of this barge? It is a barge, Madam Speaker. It is a barge at capsize with lubricants, Madam Speaker. After 10 days, Madam Speaker, I am shocked, and I think the population or even the international community is shocked that we are not able to cap off and stop the leakage coming from this barge, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I mean, after 10 days, Madam Speaker, and we are nowhere closer today of capping off or sealing off the leak from the barge, Madam Speaker, because I asked this question and the minister has not been able to give any assurance of a timeline when this will be done, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and that gives us trouble as a population, Madam Speaker. I am not disputing that the minister and the government is not trying, but we are not getting the assurance from the Prime Minister in his statement today, and even the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs, Madam Speaker. When you look at the policy statement of this oil, of the oil plant, Madam Speaker, and it is there on the Ministry of Energy's website. It talks about the lead people, and it's there the policy statement, and I just want to quote, the lead individuals in containment if there's an oil spill or disaster is the Ministry of Energy and Energy Affairs as a lead agency with the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard as the response agency, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister said he went to Tobago 2 days on the 9th, I think, of February, 2 days after. And in some of the release on his visit, and I hope it wasn't a photo op, it was on his visit, the minister in this press conference there with the Minister of Works and Transport said that he had operationalized agencies like Heritage to come on board to assist in this disaster, Madam Speaker. So if I am reading the media, it took about 2 days on when the minister went to Tobago to activate the issue with this oil plan or the recovery plan, pollution plan, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I am aghast that today, still after 10 days, I'm asking when will this vessel, the barge, be capped off, the leakage will be stopped, they determine what sort of pollutants are there, Madam Speaker. And I know my time is running out. One more minute. And I am just hoping that the minister can give us some assurance that they can find the owners of this barge and make them pay based on the monies that we will be spending as a country to recover from this disaster, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Member for Old Chiefs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just to lend my support in a few minutes to the member for Cover South for filing this very critical motion at this time, and to respond to a couple matters raised by the Minister of Energy, who has really run up a record as being the most politicized Minister of Energy this country has ever seen. Generally, it is a technical position. Generally, ministers of energy don't get involved in crass politics as this current minister has this tendency to do. But I want to just ask the minister, we are hearing so much about foreign help, BP and Shell and divers and the expended monies already, and I'll come to that just now, to have foreign help here. But when the divers were in a pipeline in Pointe-à-Pierre, nobody had international help, nobody had finance, nobody had nothing.
Please.
Madam Speaker, this matter is a critical matter. All the country has learned today is that the Minister of Energy was in Venezuela yesterday. That's the only thing we have learned. Today, this reminds me of a famous line in one of the old Pink Panther movies. Two detectives are talking, and one said, "We want to bring you up to speed. We know nothing. You are now up to speed." They have told the country that we want to update you, the country. We know nothing. We don't know where the vessel came from. We don't know where it was going. We don't know what is the nationality of the crew. They have 350 Gulfstream. We don't know which one it is. They don't, 10 days later, they don't even know what is the substance that they can confirm. Yet in a Ministry of National Security release, Madam Speaker, they confirm it is an oil spill. So National Security said it is an oil spill. Ministry of Energy says, no, we cannot confirm it's oil. We don't know what substance that is. So that they cannot confirm 10 days later what exactly is the substance. There are economic damage yet. This thing has now started. The economic damage is incalculable at this stage. And it will remain so for some time to come, because you are dealing with fisheries, you are dealing with vegetation, you are dealing with environmental damage, you are dealing with livelihoods, you are dealing with employment. But apart from that, which we'll calculate by next year or the year after, you are dealing with an international crime. And when the Chief Secretary says something, I just want to come back to the statements made from the government. When the Chief Secretary says there is a cover-up, there is one piece of evidence that is there. The government of Trinidad and Tobago knew on February 4th that this vessel went missing. They have confirmed that in a statement from National Security. I can't display it. But the government confirms on February 4th a vessel went missing, lose track of it, and did not inform the THA. Did not inform the THA that this vessel may be in the vicinity of Trinidad and Tobago waters. They know nothing. The THA, now they say the THA in charge, read the law. They don't even know what is the schematics of the vessel. They don't even know at this time. We hear divers are here, but we don't know where these divers come from, where they are, so that they cannot cap it. Now, during this entire debate, all of this talk we hear from the government and so on, how much hundreds of barrels of oil already leaking in the sea? While you talking, today was a day, Madam Speaker, all we got to understand today is the vessel is continuing to leak oil and the government is continuing to leak lies. That is all we have discovered today. And they can
continue to leak. Please, you withdraw that word.
The government continue to leak inaccuracies and misinformation. And they are continuing.
You have 1 minute left. Huh?
Continuing this plot of not informing. And I'll ask the government today whether there's any veracity to a suggestion also on social media that that vessel is the Trafigura vessel that has links to Venezuela, that has been missing and run aground on a reef off Tobago. They must now confirm that. And they are boasting they went on the scene, Minister Sinanan, Minister Young on the scene. Mr. Sinanan cannot fix a crack in Mosquito Creek there for 2 years. You'll fix oil leak. That is just pappy showing. And today the minister tells us we don't go, this is a technical job, require technical people. But when they toy in the whole world, they toy in the whole world on energy, it have no technical people. It's 2 politicians that go, a golfer and a caddy. They don't carry nobody else. No technical people go. So this today is a bunch of hypocrisy. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening quick enough. I should say that. Nothing is happening quick enough because there's no leadership with the government, no leadership on this issue.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am amazed at the conduct of my friends on the other side in this House, in the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, a vessel came into our space, was identified on Wednesday the 7th, I think it was. We have made it quite clear in a prime ministerial statement and the minister in response to this motion that action has been and is being taken to properly assess what the problems and the risks that affront us might be. We have found ourselves as a nation with this unplanned, unanticipated development. Here we are in this parliament, and our colleagues on the other side are quarreling with us. What is the quarrel over? They're spoiling for a fight. There's no need for us to be quarreling and fighting. We have a problem as a nation here, one that we didn't plan. And rather than make suggestions and offer words of support and any semblance of that, they are here quarreling with the Minister of Energy, quarreling with the Prime Minister, quarreling with the Coast Guard, quarreling with everybody.
Nothing.
And offering absolutely nothing, trying to make Janjat and Bacchanal and Couture, and to use another word, to make UNC. Madam Speaker, I just heard 1 or 2 of my friends on the other side talking about capping. How do you cap a vessel? Is a well? The first thing you have to do is dive and look and determine what the problems are. As Minister with the responsibility for the Coast Guard, I am intimately aware of some of the issues and the challenges and the dangers that this scenario creates for us. And they're talking about capping vessel. They should cap their parliamentary tongues. Mouth.
Member, I consider that unparliamentary. Yes,
Madam Speaker. In other words, they should just, I withdraw that. Madam Speaker, the scenario is, as the Prime Minister, as the Minister has truthfully and professionally, on the basis of expert advice and assessment to date, they have explained ad nauseum that where we are now is trying to determine the nature, the exact nature of the risk, along with other things, whose vessel, where it came from, how did it get here, all of these things, whilst at the same time putting out the booms and trying to contain the issue, to determine the extent of the problem, and with international help if necessary, and regional and local effort, contain it if the worst comes to the worst, or prevent the worst from coming to the worst. But the first thing is an assessment. And that we have explained is ongoing.
Member, you have 1 minute left of speaking.
I don't need any more, except to advise my friends to be patriotic. and to respect the fact that we have a national challenge on our hands, and we should be working together to try and to resolve it. Thank you.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you. Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to join in this debate on this definite matter of urgent public importance, moved by my colleague, the MP for Couva South, on the national emergency due to the disastrous oil spill along the coastline of Tobago. Madam Speaker, I just want to start off by telling my colleague, the Honourable Member for Laventille West, that this matter and responding to this matter is not about shouting loud, and it's not about quarreling, but it's about acting, Madam Speaker. It's about action. And failing to act is something that this country will always remember this government, just like how the families of those divers inside that pipe will remember this government failing to act, Madam Speaker. And what we see happening here in this situation that is affecting Tobago, it is clearly a matter where this current administration has failed to do what was required of them. Today, Madam Speaker, I stand before you deeply troubled by the failure of this government to effectively respond to this recent oil spill off the coast of Tobago. And more so, Madam Speaker, after sitting here and listening to the Honourable Prime Minister deliver a statement earlier in this House and failing to address the real and serious issues surrounding this oil spill, Madam Speaker, it demonstrates why the people of Tobago has rejected this government and has lost all confidence in them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, earlier, the Prime Minister made reference of our National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, which was developed in 2013, and we have to thank the Honourable Member for Siparia, the Honourable Kamala Prasad-Bisesa, and her administration for piloting and delivering this National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, Madam Speaker. Page 6 of this National Oil Spill Contingency Plan clearly identifies the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs as the lead agency. That is the lead agency when this National Oil Spill Contingency Plan is activated. However, hearing the Prime Minister states earlier that the Ministry of Energy stands ready to provide assistance with technical support, it's really sad and disappointing. The lack of swift and decisive action by the Ministry of Energy and Energy Affairs in activating the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, containing the spill and cleaning up this spill is nothing short than a severe dereliction of duty on the part of the Ministry of Ministry of Energy, Madam Speaker. Nothing short of that. This disaster holds profound implication for the future of our precious fishing industry, Madam Speaker, and the livelihoods of those who depend on our ocean for sustenance. And I want to use a little time just to touch on that. The recent oil spill off Tobago's pristine coast has not only caused immediate environmental devastation, but it has also threatened the very existence of our fishing community. The impact of this catastrophe on our fishing industry, it cannot be overstated, Madam Speaker. The marine ecosystem, which is the lifeblood of our fishermen, is rapidly deteriorating. Our once thriving fishing grounds now pose great risk, not only to the health of our marine life, but also to the health of those who rely on the sea for their livelihood, Madam Speaker. Beyond this, Madam Speaker, and beyond the immediate environmental impact, the economic repercussion is dire. You see, Madam Speaker, the livelihood of countless families who rely on fishing for their income are now in peril. And the government's failure to respond effectively to this crisis has not only endangered our natural resources,
but it has also jeopardized the economic security of our fishermen and their families. In the face of such crisis, Madam Speaker, we are demanding accountability from this government. We cannot allow such negligence to go unchecked, Madam Speaker. So it is imperative that the government takes swift and comprehensive...
Your 5 minutes are now spent. Member for Tobago East.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for recognizing me. Madam Speaker, one of the things that I learned from this oil spill was the importance of following protocol. When the initial impact happened, we saw the Tobago House of Assembly taking lead. We saw TEMA taking lead, TEMA as the lead emergency response agency in Tobago. And as a Tobagonian, I felt extremely proud to see Tobagonians and Tobago-based agencies taking the lead. However, Madam Speaker, based on the fact that there's a national response, we saw where the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industry lent support when required, immediately responding and lending support. There was a call, Madam Speaker, for 1,000 volunteers to come forward. But it wasn't just the average citizen. Tobago has over 1,000 community emergency response teams trained by TEMA to respond in times of natural disaster. For the first time in a long time, we saw the coming together, a beautiful marriage of the central government and the Tobago House of Assembly working in unity. How dare the opposition come and politicize this issue when for the first time in a long time you saw Tobagonians working alongside Trinidadians, the Tobago government working with the central government to address an issue affecting Tobagonians. Madam Speaker, I commend the Minister of Energy and Energy Industry. I commend the Minister of Works and Transport. I commend the Honorable Chief Secretary and TEMA. And I commend the Prime Minister because they demonstrated quality leadership in addressing this issue. Yes, we know the impact it would have on the environment. Yes, we are aware of the impact it would have on Tobagonians who survive, who base their income on the sea. However, Madam Speaker, I am confident that the level of collaboration and partnership will ensure that Tobagonians do not suffer in the long run. I thank you.
Tobago West.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to join this debate because I think it is critical. Madam Speaker, we developed TEMA in 1998 with the intention of being the emergency management entity for Tobago, and we have lived to see TEMA become #1 in the Caribbean and a template for others in the region. And that is based on the support not only of different divisions of the House of Assembly, but of the central government. What could be more swift than being notified of this oil spill at 9 a.m. and to call a meeting at 2 p.m. and to disburse all your technical resources and so on to provide support to the Tobago House of Assembly? We know well and good that the THA and the Tobago House of Assembly did not have the necessary technical resources and the other resources, the trucks and so on, to go in. And it is the central government that mobilized stakeholders here in Trinidad and even reach out to neighboring countries to support. So to Tobagonians far and wide, and the Trinidadians and those who have jumped on board to support, I want to thank them on. This is not a political matter. This is a national issue, Madam Speaker, and we are always stronger together. We talk about autonomy in Tobago, but we are always stronger together, and we are thankful for the support and for the Prime Minister even coming and saying this is a national emergency, and whatever Tobago needs to resolve this matter, Tobago would get. We stand by that position, Madam Speaker, and up to last night I saw trucks and resources being poured in. That's a central government decision to step in.
Member for Tobago East West, your time is now spent. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House to now adjourn to Friday, the 1st day of March, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. Madam Speaker, on that day we will have Private Members' Day, and I await word from the member for point of pair as to what we will be debating.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague, Olka Monoli. We'll be debating on March the 1st, private members, a motion number 3 on the order paper, on today's order paper, Madam Speaker. Motion number 3.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, March the 1st, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Friday, March the 1st, 2024 at 1:30 p.m.